perfect, but it makes us look stupid whenever you have two employees coming the next after you say something. But it's it's a reaction. It's not a response. And I tried to be not react a lot and just try to respond. And then when people start reacting, then I feel like I start reacting.
Nice. I would agree with you.
You know what I mean?
Because I feel the same way.
Yeah.
Well, we better think about it, because if we're going to change it, if we decide to change it,
Well, I feel like Chris
we need
could
to
have.
add
We
something.
say,
Add something. You know, I mean, and there's times when I just think we probably should think about that. Good morning, everyone. Would you join us in the pledge? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Dear God, thank you for this day, and thank you for the weather. Lord, I just pray for the safety of all of our county employees as they do their daily work, Lord. And I just pray that you give the commission wisdom to make the right decision for the county. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen. Does anybody have anything as far as the minutes?
I didn't.
I make a motion, we approve the minutes as written.
I'll second it.
Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Make a motion, we approve the claims in the amount of $127,696.08.
I'll second that motion.
Been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Have the ad and debates. Long list here. Debates 146 through 148, 150 through 168, 170, 171, 180 through 215, 217 through 228. I make a motion on the ad and abates for a refund totaling $36,352.04.
I'll second.
Been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
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 Do we need to sign these?
Sign the top one.
Just the top one.
Just the top one, that's good enough.
Yes, sir.
Sheriff's report.
Is everybody good with the agenda?
Yep.
I
I don't have anything to add.
don't have anything to add.
Yeah.
I'll make a motion that we approve the agenda.
I'll second.
It's been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
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 AMR. I guess you have anything else, do you?
Not right now.
Okay. Sorry, Dawn.
No problem. Good morning, Don Brooks with AMR.
Hey, Dawn.
I've got your monthly report for March 1st through March 16th. Blue Mound has had 7 calls, 1 transport. Centerville's had 5 calls, 1 transport. Fontana, 3 calls, 2 transports. Lacine, 9 calls, 5 transports. Linn Valley, 6 calls, 4 transports. Mountain City, 15 calls, 7 transports. Parker, 3 calls, 2 transports. Pleasanton, 17 calls, 12 transports, and Prescott, 3 calls, 1 transport, for a total of 68 calls and 35 transports for March. Anything else from me?
We received your letter on the Devlin Road.
Yeah, and after further conversation with Commissioner Johnson, from here forward, I'm just going to start collecting data on any train delays and
Okay,
have that data for you guys. That'll be more,
Dawn and I talked, and I'd like to see the data from
yeah,
countywide of what trains
Just-
do to us.
any
Okay.
delays, and then I can bring that. It'll take a while to collect much data, obviously,
right.
but that might be helpful if information for you guys. So unless there's anything specific you need from me, I'll just start collecting that data now. I don't think I can go back. I've looked through back delays, and I don't think they were documented
As what? What caused the delay?
right, or even that it would take a person saying there was a delay, and they may not. They just get into the groove of writings. But from here forward, we'll be conscious about that and keep that
Okay.
records.
I appreciate the response.
Yeah, thank you guys.
Yeah.
Thank you, Dawn.
You want to read the sheriff's report, Jason?
Yes. Sheriff's report for March 17th, total prisoners in 58, 13 releases this week. Total prisoners in 56, farmed out 2, 1 for conflict, 1 for a competency evaluation. Total farmed in of 47. 911 calls 131, jail contacts 3,793. Total calls for service 724, civil service papers served 12, VIN inspections 12, new cases open 26, cases closed 5, vehicle crashes 7, SRO activities 100, bailiff contacts 109 with 22 resulting with calls for service and 3 livestock out.
Okay. AMR?
We got them.
Randy.
I mean, excuse, fire, excuse me. Knew who I wanted.
You guys on? You want to go ahead and start speaking?
Good morning, Commissioners. Randy Hegwald, Linn County Rural Fire Emergency Management. I sent out this week's call totals. For the year, we're setting at 162. Last week, our call total was 59 for the week. Kind of break that down a little bit. From Thursday to Sunday, this last weekend, we ran 43 calls out of the 59. For the month of March, we ran 84 calls. So half our calls for the year have been during the month of March, the first 17 days of March. Last Thursday and Friday was a very busy day, and Saturday for rural fire. We had fire departments from Bourbon, Anderson, Bates County come over help us with incidents. We also had the city of Lacine and the city of Lynn Valley also assisting with fire calls on Friday. With that being said, that also brings up that I've been working on the mutual aid agreements with different cities. I'm dealing with Pleasanton now. Hope to get through that where I can move on to the next city, get that approved. But also, I'll probably reach out to, I've already spoke to Fort Scott City Chief about a mutual aid agreement, but also catch these other counties around with mutual aid agreements. We can work under the state mutual aid agreement. It's about the same as what we're proposing to these counties and cities, but so that has us covered on the mutual aid agreement. Other than that, I'd like for a 10-minute executive session for non-elected personnel with Danielle also present.
You need it. You need that right now, Randy, or?
Just whenever. Now, with the recent fires, I am anticipating a state of emergency where maybe we can apply for federal funding. So we're keeping track of that. With the high fire weather danger for this week, I don't think we'll see that until the end of the week. So if something happens this week, they can throw it all into one declaration. So if that does happen, I will be coming to you guys to ask for Linn County to be put into that declaration as well. But I'll keep you guys posted on that as the state does. So that is all I have unless you guys have questions over anything.
You guys want to take care of his executive session now? I'll make a motion, we go into executive session with Randy and Danielle and the three commissioners for 10 minutes for non-elected personnel, and we'll return at 9:19. Is that clock correct?
Yep.
That's my motion.
Second it.
Been moved and seconded. Any more discussion? All in favor, say aye.
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 Got 2 minutes. What are you talking about?
My 918 is different than that one.
19. Oh.
I don't think the clocks are all the same. So we got a minute to go then. What's the official time? Do you have it?
9:18.
9:18.
18, so we got one more minute, then we can start. Okay.
All right, we're good.
Okay. There was no action from executive session. Economic development? You don't have anything? Okay. Jesse? Planning and zoning, we've got written in there. Okay, let's use him first. Yeah.
Hey, Kent.
Good morning.
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 Just a quick review of what happened last week. We had a pretty good week. We had 5 new permits came through for mostly sheds, agricultural type stuff out on locations, horse barns. Had 4 sanitation holding tank permits that came through. We have a lot split that came through that actually there's 2 of them. One is by the same person. One is a regular lot split. And the other one is a very small, I mean, like 1.8 type acre lot split. So it's got to go to the Planning and Zoning Committee to have them approve that before it can move forward. This morning, we had a cell tower inquiry on what needs to happen to put up another cell tower out here. So we're trying to work through the details on that as well. And then the last thing that we had was at the last Planning and Zoning meeting, we had the Making Disciples Outdoor Ministry presentation that went before the Planning and Zoning Committee. It was voted 5 against and 2 for. So that's where we are on that.
Okay.
What was the cup number?
Beg pardon?
The cup number.
Cup 25-02.
I thought we were supposed to get a copy of it, and don't we still have to? Does it still come to us or no? It's just done.
It's done. If it didn't
Okay.
pass them, we don't. Don't believe.
Did you guys take a vote on if they wanted to revisit the regulations, the current county?
Oh, they did want to have a committee workshop and review all the 3 items that you wanted them to have a take a look at. They have not given me any type of a timeline they wanted to do, but they did want to have legal involved with that as well, just to make sure that everything was good. So as soon as they let me know, I'll inform you guys.
Next meeting, next month, can you?
I'll try and hold them to that.
Okay.
I don't have anything further.
I don't either.
Okay, thank you.
Have a good day.
Thanks, Kent. Jesse?
Jesse Walton, Operations Director for the Service requests from the beginning of the year to date, 72 received, 49 closed, 29 are still currently open. Service requests this last week was 2 received, 2 open. We did get some over the weekend for trees being down in the road. Going through each shop between Mound City, we had 2 blade operators off Monday and Tuesday. They're back in their blades. Been hauling rock on the roads where needed. They replaced a culvert on 950 and Payne Road on Wednesday. We were able to put that culvert a little deeper in the road and do a little ditching to help the water drain better on that road. Hopefully it'll improve and hold up. Our foreman was gone Thursday and Friday due to some family things that came up. We had blades out working the roads the rest of the week. We did some work down on Quail Road south of 400, putting some ditch liner in. We still have a little bit more to do down there around the culverts so we can keep that soil from eroding away from the fence line there in the corner. Made some hinge repairs on a dump truck that needed to be taken care of. That has been taken care of, and that truck is back in service. We followed up with Custom Trucks. We got our bucket truck back and was able to use it Thursday afternoon and Friday morning to finish removing some of the Christmas decorations off the courthouse and the Justice Center. In Pleasanton, we had the blades out the first 3 days of the week, blading roads. We had Todd hauling rock and another truck from the North Shop down here hauling rock in the Pleasanton area. They installed several culvert entrances for a citizen over in the Pleasanton area. On Friday, or let's see, Thursday, I believe it was, we had a blade operator that was getting out of their blade at the end of the day. The wind caught the door, threw the door open, and it cracked the glass. I believe I sent the cost of replacing that glass. They do have that down there at the dealer, and we're going to go get that picked up and get that window replaced in that grader. The North Shop, we've had 2 blades down this week. One was at Murphy. I went up to go check on it because I didn't hear nothing back. They could not get the blade to throw any codes. I made the decision to bring the grader home so we could use it. If it's not going to throw codes, I'm going to put it back to work. We brought it home, got in it, fired up, and it threw a bunch of codes at us. Turned it off, hooked it up to our computer. All the codes cleared out, and we used it all the rest of that day. We got in it this morning, fired it up. All the codes came back on. We've called the technician to come down and see if they can help fix this. We've hooked our computer back up to it. All the codes cleared out. So our blade operator is headed out to go work the blade and see if it continues to do this. They believe it's one of the sensors on the fuel rail that's causing this problem. So if we can get Murphy down here, hopefully that'll pinpoint that one solenoid and see if we can't get that fuel problem fixed on that blade. But it's a mystery of what's going on there. The Parker blade's been down. We believe the water pump, the seals may have gone out on it. If not, there's a couple other things in the cooler that may have gone out. Dan is diagnosing those problems, and hopefully we'll have an answer for that today so we can get that grader back up and going. Our Parker blade hand's been out all week. He's been sick. He's back today, so we've got him out helping haul rock with things that are going on. Do you have any questions about any of the shops?
I don't.
I don't either.
Okay. Went through the bucket truck. I attached the file that was given to me for the grader that was tipped over back in 2022 of the inspection report that was done by CAT. I've come to learn that the right door that is currently has the broken glass in it was not damaged during that rollover. It was the left window door that was damaged. I talked to, when we got that grader back in June of 2022, the operator that was using it at that time went to get out. The wind caught the door, blew it open, and broke the glass in it. They did report this to Sean. Sean told him to go ahead and replace that glass. while they were getting ready to replace that glass, there was some conflict going on in the shop. The one guy that was putting it in left so that the conflict would end. When they came back, the glass was already broke in the door. The foreman at the time just told him to install the door back on the grader and move on. So that window has been broke since 2022 of that year. When I took this position, I asked Craig to check the door to see if it was true and straight. He ran a straight edge on that door. That door is bent, and that's why I believe that glass got shattered when they went to go put it back in. They forced the glass and broke it to put back in. As we discussed last commission meeting, to get approval to buy a new door, I hope we can still do that as if that's okay with the commission.
I'm still okay with it.
So was we operating it with a broken glass for that long? Or?
Yes, they have been.
Let's get it fixed.
We need to
Okay.
fix it.
We'll get the door ordered and bring it in. Other than that, that's, 900 road project. I was out there this week digging out so we could get those culverts replaced. We need to buy another 15-foot section of culvert. That culvert is extremely bowed. I won't be able to reuse it. Contact reached out to me. I got an email late Friday. We can buy another 15-foot section for $5,093.25, and that includes the shipping cost to get it down here.
5,093
and 25 cents. And that includes the transportation to get it down here. There's a 3-week lead time to get that culvert built.
So we're already using another 30-foot section that we already had on
Correct.
hand, and then
And we've got to buy another 15-foot section.
So what do we have left from the original that we're using?
Nothing from the east tube we can use. The west tube is fine. It can still be there. We can use it, but the east tube is the one that was damaged during transition of me coming into this job, and we were getting ready to backfill that culvert and put it in, or get it finished covered up.
Have we got the west one out to where, are we taking it out yet? Or?
No, we haven't taken it out yet. We were in the middle of taking out the east culvert so we could clear all that flowable fill that was put in to be able to roll that west culvert to the east so we could get that flowable fill out from under it and get that back down to the level of the stream where the culvert needed to be.
Is there any other county or anybody that would might have a tube that we could buy from them and replace it?
So Contact does have a 12-foot section. It's 3 feet shorter than what we currently would have in there. We'd only have 42 feet instead of 45 feet of culvert in there. We've got 45 feet on the west tube, and that's what we're going to put in on the east side is 45 feet. I did not get a cost on that due to it being 3 feet short.
you're asking if we could reach out to other counties and see
If
if,
another county had one that we could buy off of them and get
and
this
then-
job taken care
then
of.
when we
and
get this in, we
theirs.
replace it.
I think that's going to be tough to find one because it's a special order deal, an 11-foot culvert.
Okay.
So that's going to be the problem there.
Okay.
Well, we've got to fix it.
I'll make a motion that we allow for the 15-foot culvert to replace the bent one on 900 Road project for $5,093.25. That includes transportation.
I'll second.
It's been moved and seconded. Any more discussion? All in favor, say aye.
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 Thank you. That's all I have. Unless you have anything else for me.
I don't.
I don't have any.
Thank you, Jesse.
Jesse.
Have a good day.
Sean?
Sean West, Public Works Administrator. This week, Kansas Historical has agreed to our application to fix the clerk's floor. So with your approval, I'll get with Randy. He's got a plan. The plan was approved by the state. We just need to go ahead and purchase the materials, which I think are going to be minimal. They're going to be 2-foot strips of flooring and some subflooring, and start working on that. Obviously, we're going to want to work on that in the evening when the office isn't open.
I'm fine with moving forward with that.
I am too.
I am too.
Okay. Dust control up 4 cents a gallon from last year to $2.14 a gallon. If you approve that, it should be in the paper on 3/19 and 3/26. The goal would be to get the letters mailed out by the end of next week and then have payments due by April 18th. Then the week of the 21st through 25th, schedule to prep the roads, and then schedule Scottwood on the date between May 1 and June 15th. But the first step in that would be to approve the cost schedule so we can get those applications sent out.
So what is it per foot?
It's $2.14 a gallon is what we're approving, but the actual breakdown per foot, I do not have.
Okay.
How do you determine that? We just go off as strictly gallons? They know how many?
There's a shot rate, and they take that, do the square foot math on the gallon, and then come out with how many or how much per square foot that they have to spray.
So you need a motion from us to approve the 214 per gallon
Yes, please.
to move forward to put the ad in the paper.
Correct.
That's my motion.
I'll second it.
It's been moved and seconded. All in favor, say aye.
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 Next thing I need is your permission to go out for bids on fuel for all the shops. This is going to be on and off-road diesel and unleaded gas.
How do we do that as far as just an ad, or do we call companies?
We'll put an ad out, an RFP for it, and then we'll contact everybody that has placed a bid in the past. We keep records of last year and the year before's bid, so we'll send it out to all of them. And if any new company decides that they want to be put on the list, we would have added them.
Okay.
I'll make a motion that we go out for bid on fuel for the shops.
I'll second.
It's been moved and seconded. Any more discussion? All in favor, say aye.
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 Aye. Can we go back to dust control really quick?
Sure.
This is the application that's currently on the website for 2024. Can we get that removed or update it? I just think that it's confusing because I've already had someone call me regarding the application.
Now that I've got an approved price, it'll be updated
Okay.
within the next couple of days.
Sounds good.
Commissioners have been notified that the dust control is $2.14 per foot, not per gallon. Is that correct?
Okay.
So we need to just update the motion in the minutes, if that's all right.
Per foot?
That's what Joyce says, yeah.
Okay.
Are you gonna update your motion?
I need to update my motion then and make it $2.14 per foot instead of $2.14 per gallon.
And I'll second that.
Been moved and seconded. All in favor? I guess, any more discussion?
I don't think we did the correct motion, but
Right.
it's
So-
all right.
Okay, so, but we've
I can
already
use the-
passed it.
Yes, I can use the original motion, just updating that
Just need to add,
gallon instead of foot, per foot instead of gallon.
Just as,
right, that's what I
So-
said, right?
I
okay,
just don't think you can. go
Okay,
back.
so-
I'm sorry, I'm gonna have to go back.
okay. So to rescind the motion,
We need to rescind the first motion.
so you would need, as the person who made the motion, to say that you're asking to rescind that motion,
And make that,
and then I second it.
okay. I make a motion, I rescind my motion on $2.14 per foot.
And I'll second it. Then we vote on that.
It's been moved and seconded. Any further discussion?
No.
You have any discussion?
No.
All in favor, say aye.
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 Okay, now we can make a real motion, the right one.
I make a motion that we approve the dust control for $2.14 per foot. And allow it to be put in the paper and on the website.
I'll second it.
It's been moved and seconded. Any further discussion?
No.
All in favor, say aye.
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 Okay, the next thing I have for you is a group of packets for the roll-off trucks. One of the packets, as you'll see, has an addition from Premier Trucks stating that in the next few weeks, the price will go up if tariffs are added to the chassis of those trucks. It was sent in before the deadline, but after the original sealed bid to be added to it to allow us to know if we don't order by a certain date that the tariffs will apply.
Pass them out. Thank you. This one is from Blue Collar Fabrications LLC, McLeod, Oklahoma. Their bid is for 3 trucks, cable hoist trucks, $724,500.
I'm sorry, I'm fighting allergies like everybody else. I'll try to pick it up a little bit.
Next Trend Truck Centers for a Mack Granite, $214,650 per truck.
All right, mine's from TCS Truck Component Services. Quote is for roll-off only for truck component, $211,590.
I'm having a hard time finding this one.
We got too many.
We got 5 different pages.
And the second part of their quote for a
There we go.
2026 Freightliner, $122,295
Black page.
for 3. Total, $368,085.
Okay. I have Peterbilt to Kansas City. $237,709 per truck. The total cost is $713,120. Package price for one of the 3 trucks.
GEIS Peterbilt.
Thanks for giving me the easy ones.
I'm like, hold on, I'm sorry.
So on This one, it was on the number 5 tab.
All the way to the back. Yeah.
Okay.
Jason could read 3 while I was reading 1.
Per truck, $210,546. Package price for 3 trucks, $631,638.
Okay.
Hold on, I got one more for you. Sorry. Thank you.
I made contact with SEK Regional Planning by email this week, and we'll call them this coming week about courthouse grant opportunities and the possibility of getting a price to look at future grants and opportunities with the courthouse. Next thing I had was Devlin Road. I received contact on it from, let me back up. Regional planning, just above that was engineering for Peppercorn for QuickCom. As you requested, I made contact with an engineering company to see how fast, and they could get to this project fairly quickly and have sent a contract, but the contract price total included 12 sites coordinating with GIS, excavate, locate, utility, installation in 12 independent sites, mapping and report preparation. The total for that would be $35,600.
So is there not a tracer wire? Do we have to excavate all of them?
It don't have to be a tracer wire, not the wire that's there. You could find. You could locate.
I know, but I mean,
To my knowledge, to confirm that that's what utility they're looking at, because there's probability of more than one tracer wire in there.
okay. So that's why they.
In order to give you an accurate report, they'd have to at least make a small hole and identify it as that pipe.
So 58,000 is what we.
35,000.
I know, but 58,000 is what we're holding back from QuickCom.
Yes,
We're gonna give them.
out of a project of, what was it, over $500,000 to $600,000.
540.
It's on the agenda at 10:20, so.
And since we gave them the permission to go into our road, I wonder if that has anything to do with, is that specific in the contract? Of where we allowed them in?
I think it's a waste of money to do that. I just feel like they should come and prove to us that they did it right. I don't understand why we have to use an engineering company and spend half of what we're gonna have to pay out. It's gonna cost the county
I'm not for,
$30-some thousand.
I'm not for spending it either.
I'm not for spending the money, no. Could you get them to come talk to us and,
QuickCom?
quick call and explain to us, just to let us know what they've done?
I can reach out to them, but, and just to remind you, the last answers we got about your question, them proving to us, were unfavorable. And I believe the answer was, we're claiming that they're all within compliance, prove us wrong. And I'm not trying to quote them or.
So we want them to come in and talk to us so they can say that to us, if
So-
that's indeed the case.
I will make every request to see if I can.
I would like to know how many customers they have from this project. Just explain to the people of Linn County what they did.
What they got for
With this
what
project.
we gave them.
I will invite them in.
We can invite them in, but I just think it's a waste of time. They're gonna tell us what they're gonna tell us that they did it accurately, and they want their payment. I just feel like if we don't think that they did it correctly, if we are not confident that we couldn't go to court and win in court, then we shouldn't be holding it back. If we're confident that this didn't happen, then we just move forward and we go to court. I think we're wasting a lot of time on it, but I mean, they're not gonna have to prove here to us like they would have to if we were in litigation. So they're gonna tell us what we want to hear when they come to the podium. They're gonna tell us they did it correctly. But our argument is still that they did not fulfill what they were supposed to. And we
Well,
can't
it just
prove that.
depends, it depends where the part of the contract was written.
I'm thinking that we should be talking to them directly instead of
Is it correct?
going through other people.
Okay. I'm fine
Right.
with
I would
And
like
then
to
we can
know.
make our decision based off of that.
that. Okay.
That's what I'm asking for.
I guess one last shot at getting them to the podium and talking
Right.
to them. Okay.
I'll reach out this week.
But I would like, when they come, I would like to know how many customers they have from the project.
We'll make
You'd
it
like an
really
over-
clear to him what he.
You would like an overview of the project statistics and completions of what they accomplished and how many,
How many different communities and then the amount of people that,
I would assume amount of people, how many communities and number of, or feet of wire, or, what the overall project accomplished.
Correct.
Okay?
Can we get a draft of what the letter is going to look like before it goes out? I just want to make sure we have all the questions in that letter that we want answered.
Okay, so we have that. What else?
Just don't want to go back and forth. I just need a draft of the letter, if you don't mind.
A draft of what I'm
What you're
going
going
to
to
send.
quick comment, yeah.
Basically, just that, for them to come here and explain those things.
and we would like them to come and explain it to us.
Just send a draft out so we can
Okay.
approve it.
So you'll get that draft to us so we can see it and then we can approve it.
As soon as I can, I'd like not to hold it up for a week. So what I'll do is I'll try to share it out in SharePoint individually. And if there are any questions, you can respond directly back to me. That way I can get it out.
Okay.
The next project's Devlin Road. I received a response. And I believe you may have the response from AMR.
Right.
Just this morning, I received a response from the county administrator from Miami County. That email read, "We plan to talk about it in the March 26th, or talk about it March 26th at our Board of County Commissioners study session. We currently have a grant share application in which KDOT, for a long planned project along 223rd Street, the Board of County Commissioners has allocated its road project budget into that opportunity when they created the 25 operating budget. As such, I doubt we could do much until 2026 if the Board of County Commissioners decides to submit a grant application and it is funded. So if we applied with them, it would have to be a late fall grant at the very earliest for 2026 funding the following year."
Okay. Well, that would fit in with our budget cycle as well.
I'd be good with that if we could get.
But they will have that study session on March 26th. And there may be more thoughts instead of from the county administrator, but from the commissioners about this project after that study session.
Okay.
So you can get back with them after that, or will they get back with you to?
Yes, I'll reach out to them after that date.
So we are moving forward with, you said fall of 2026?
No, it'd be fall of 2025 would be the earliest application, is my understanding. If they opened the applications in the fall, as which we were discussing the last meeting, that those applications came open in the fall. If they came open in the fall for the spring of 26, that would be the earliest opportunity. If not, you would be looking at spring of 26 to implement in fall of 26.
So what's the plan moving forward now? What is he working on with it?
We're waiting to hear back from Miami County whether they're going to partner with us after
On the grant.
March 26th.
Did we get a response from Randy?
I spoke to Randy. He did not have, with the fires that he had this week, he did not have time to complete an answer to the project.
And then on AMR, you asked for something else this morning, but was that, did that have something to do with this?
I did not ask for anything else. Jim asked.
I
Oh,
asked her to give us a total, to countywide, to
Okay.
tell me what the delays are on railroads and countywide.
So that's going to be,
It's
we're going
that's
to
gonna be
need that
ongoing.
information to prove the need of this project, right?
I think you guys are looking to prove the need. I'm fine with the need moving
Okay.
forward, so. I just don't want to get it lost.
And Ally? So, I mean, grants, and then we've got to maintain the road. I guess that's the reason that I'm looking at the need, is that, you know, here we are, we're going to add more paved road that we have to maintain going forward. You know, we've been budget neutral for my whole term, the 2 years, Jim. How about yours? And I think that's something that I know it's important to me. What about you, Jim?
It's important to me, and we talked about this last year and looked into it, and the cost is what was our concern was.
And it's
I
not
feel like
just,
there's no sense of him doing the work, getting all this work done, if you two are still gonna say no to the project, that it's a waste of time. So if, I guess, are we still looking into things to,
For the grant
Change.
money, yes.
For the need.
grant, and if we can tie it in with Miami County,
and with a need in place, then
I just don't wanna waste time going into it if there's still gonna be pushback from it, because I think that's the frustrating part to citizens whenever you constantly act like, you know, we're gonna maybe do a project and then a year or 2 years go by and then we don't do the project and then it's frustrating. So if we're not gonna do it, we need to just tell them that's not where we're at right now. We can't support the project. My personal, I guess where I'm at on the grant or the cost share, it's like, why not use, when was last, have we ever applied for the cost share?
I can't
Has the county
answer that.
ever
I've only
applied
been
for
here
project?
a little over 3 years.
And we have complaints on roads and they pay 75% of these cost share programs. And it's just, to me, I would think that the county in general would appreciate just a little effort into applying for a cost share program to counter the difference as far as like how much it's gonna cost the county to do roads. I just don't know why we've
The ones,
tried.
the ones that we've applied have been high-risk rural roads and for the bridging for Hell's Bend since I've
Through
been,
the cost share.
yeah. And then there's also been 2 large FEMA recovery projects going on at the same time, which are,
and with the cost shell, just like with Hell's Bend Bridge, that's been ongoing for a long time. It's gonna get done this year, but,
started in like 2018.
yeah, or at least.
yeah, it was on the books before I got here.
So.
So
the
how-
cost-
I agree with you that we need to make earlier decisions and things of that nature. Ally, that we're not just creating busy work, that it's projects that we're actually gonna fund.
So how do we get there? How do we get there? Can we come up with a plan? Like, do we have a plan for the county? Like, like what you were talking about last week, it was like all the roads you were kind of showing us up there. Well, maybe this is more important, or maybe this is travel more. This is more of a concern to
And
more.
that's why I'm saying it needs to be discussed with AMR and our emergency management to determine if that's truly the need. I mean, if,
But is it a county? Is it a whole county analysis of all the roads, or are we just doing that little area by Devlin Road? You know what I mean? I'm thinking like,
Well, that's why I think
long-term,
is-
what's the big picture?
My idea of reaching out to AMR to ask where our delays are with railroads, countywide, to look and see, is this the worst place that we have?
Well,
I'm not against you on that. This is the problem I have is it's like, it's a random question. To me, it's like, that's another issue. And then Devlin Road is another issue with the cost share program. And I'd like to come together and put all the questions out there for the entire county for all the roads. If that's what it comes back to, is if Devlin Road deserves that, or if it's not going to be cost effective to do Devlin Road, we need a whole entire road analysis at some point. There's no, hey, we're doing this. We've had issues on striping on certain roads. We've had issues on gravel. We've had probably this issue with Tanglewood coming up. It's like, what is the most important? Like, what's the strategy? What are we doing?
and I think a work session, because we're about to ask you to order oil and other projects. I think very shortly, a work session is in order to determine the priorities, because even if you show that there's a need or a want for Devlin Road, where does that fit into the 200 miles of hard surface roadway that we have to maintain that are already there, or we'll have to
That
grind?
we haven't been maintaining because of the striping. I mean, we don't have the striping.
So
Tremendous amount.
we do need to get a work session together and make a priority of those in order to answer that question.
So when you say a work session, is this something we've ever done regarding a plan for all the roads in the county? Have we done anything like that?
we have sat down and had a meeting with Todd and our road bosses, trying to determine what we were gonna do from that standpoint. Get kind of their, overall view, problem areas, things of that nature.
And this might be available, but like in my head, I need to see, this is how many miles that we're taking care of on gravel. This is how many miles we're taking care of on pavement. I need a visual, I need a map, I need to see.
Well, and when we
Everything.
discuss the hard surface roadways, we'll tell you how many that have blown out that either have to be recovered or we're gonna lose, and what those costs. And then basically what we're gonna have left at the end, once we repair the worst of the worst and stripe those, where we're at and whether or not we have the money to participate in this program.
And we do have, I mean, our goal is 20 mile a year, and we didn't do 20 last year as far as the chip and seal.
Originally, when I came in, when I first got here, it was close to 25, but because of revenue neutral, it's gotten, you're right, down to about 20 miles a year.
So I feel the need to have a work session, including Jesse.
Last year, he was saying, and he bumped it up to about 500,000 for the pre-work, is what he told me. I don't have that on. This is I got from Miami County road people.
We'll take it all into consideration. I think what I'm hearing everyone else at the table say, it's not an issue of Devlin Road right now. It's the priorities for the entire county and be able to stay revenue
Well,
neutral.
this has been going on.
How
for
much this is going.
6 years. I mean.
I'm well aware that it's been a long time.
To get some kind of an outlet for these people in our area. You know, so what are you saying? This is just not gonna do anything, or? we gotta
I'm not
fill out an
saying we're not gonna do
application?
anything.
We're still working through it.
I'm sorry, what?
We are still working through it.
Still working through it.
Through the grant, but
Why does the Miami County putting us off until 2026 when most of the work that's gonna be done is gonna be on our end? So I don't know why they should have the say on, you know, why can't we get with them to get it to where it's supposed to be, not
We,
clear out to 2026?
we listened to you last week.
Mhm.
We're continuing to talk and work through this.
Okay.
We would ask that you continue to respect us in going through the
I
process.
will, but he was talking about the cost and I had it here, that's my project.
Good.
But those are just figures from a road guy, not the bids that we received last year for doing the project.
Oh, okay, okay.
Okay? Thank you.
So in order to get where I feel like we need to be to make a good decision up here, I need to know, and if you guys are on board with doing the work session for roads,
I am.
I think we need
I'm
to
good with
move
that.
forward with that. I need
'Cause
to
we
have
need to be
all
done.
the information out there. And the budgets for everything, gravel, like, I mean, I just
Give me at
feel like I
least
see it.
2 weeks. Put that out at least 2 weeks so Jesse and Todd and I can be ready and have a productive meeting with you.
Can we put it on the agenda for 2 weeks from now to have a work session with the road departments for like our chip and seal? We've got to decide what we're going to do there.
Just, how about overall road plan?
Okay.
That'll be March 31st.
Yep.
That'll work.
Would you like it to have its own dedicated item on the agenda or do it during Sean's time?
Own dedicated item.
Yeah.
Will that be new business?
New
Yes.
business, and who do we want to have here for that?
Todd, Jesse, anybody else that they deem as necessary?
I would recommend at least 30 minutes.
I personally would like to see Jason come over with GIS mapping so we can understand the capabilities that the county has that can help us come up with these figures. Would you guys be okay with that?
Yes?
If there's a program there we can use, I'm all in favor of it.
I mean,
If
he's
we have
working
it.
on a lot of things that I feel like the only reason why I know about it is if I walk over there and talk with him about it. I just think there's a lot of software that the county pays for every year that we don't utilize, and it's just sitting over there, and Jason has a lot of knowledge, and he's done a lot of programs, and he can track real time where our graders are at, how many times he's gone over the roads in real time, which is what I've been asking for through Pub Works. And we have the capabilities to the county to already provide that service, and we aren't utilizing it. So I would like Jason to be here if possible.
Okay.
I'm good with it.
Me too.
Commissioners, Enterprise Fleet Management's going to be back asking for approval on the 31st at 11. So can I put this on the agenda for 12?
It's fine.
Yeah. All right, so just to finalize, moving forward with the cost share program, it's nothing we're not taking into consideration at all. It's definitely on our radar. It's on my radar. Devlin Road's on my radar.
I'm really having a hard time here.
I'm sorry. It's on the radar. I'm not ignoring the cost share program. I do not think we have time to finalize the grant or the cost share by March 27th. I just don't think it's possible. But I do think that we're headed in the right direction of making a plan for all the county roads. So that would be happening in 2 weeks. That's going to be a work session here with other employees. So we're going to move forward with the overall county need for all the roads, not just Devlin Road. I think that was a concern with some of the other commissioners, and I don't want to waste time on Devlin Road if that's not where we need to be. And I do feel like I need clarity on if that's the right road we focus on for the cost share program.
So is there anything going forward, like
Yes.
the cost of, you said something about them getting together and getting another cost on what it would be.
I don't think we're gonna move forward with the cost on Devlin Road right now. This is an overall county need for all roads, gravel, paved, striping, all of that. I think we're trying to make sure we're making the right decision on which road we're going to focus on for the cost share program. Does that make sense? It's clearly on our radar. Devlin Road is on our radar, as
Can
A
you
lot
give
of
us a firm cost on what,
Just not this deadline.
it's just not gonna be March 27th.
Okay.
Correct. The other one will open up in September, I
a
think.
firm cost on what the striping actually is gonna cost this year? I mean, can you get us one? To
Per
what,
mile, I think so.
Yeah.
He's reached out to us. I think I can get
can
us.
you have that for when this workshop rolls around to have us a
I don't think
firm
that'll be a problem.
price? Because that is something that I think we need to look at off the roads.
I don't see that as a problem.
Okay.
I had McPherson striping on that highway as well on my calendar to talk to you about it, so I'll just move that to the 31st.
Okay.
Work
Okay,
session, March 31st, noon.
I need to add something on here. Last week you asked me about removal of the old county attorney's building. I've had some inquiries, but I need some questions answered about the RFP so I can put it together and bring it to you next week so you can approve it. All I need to know is whether or not each one of these items is either the contractor's problem or our problem on these safety fencing.
On
On
the
the safety fencing,
Yes.
it's gonna be the contractors, right?
I think we ought to put it all on contract.
Do you want to put an hour of operation that would limit them from interrupting work and residential operations in the neighborhood and in our buildings? Do you want to limit their hours of operation? Normally, not until 9, 10 in the morning, after everybody gets here, and sometime before the evening hours when people would be out during fair weather.
I have, like,
So they need to do it
7 to 7?
within 9 to 5 or,
Something, do you want to put an hour of operation that's not going to get us a lot of complaints on it? And I can put that on there and it can be negotiated with the contractor when we hire him.
I don't-
This we didn't.
I don't care about that. Do you?
let's,
I'm not concerned about it really. I mean, I'd rather they didn't work real late at night, I guess, but
we also want to, how long is it gonna take to demo it down?
it won't take too long.
Shouldn't take too long.
Just a modular home.
The next thing is level of removal, steps, ramps, footing, stem walls. You want everything there brought back down, even below the earth, down to the footings taken out.
Correct.
Utilities needing capped off and taken care of, you want that to be the contractor or the county's problem?
Contractor. You guys agree?
Yep.
Planting seed and recovering the ground to its original condition.
Take care of that as long as it's to grade.
Yeah, as long as it's already leveled.
And are you willing to give a dump waiver on the project because it's a county building?
Yes.
I would, yeah.
Okay, that's all I had for that. The next thing I had was the information you'd ask about the 953. I think you got some of it sent to you. Pretty much I looked at the hours that the past machine had been used over 10 years, which we were averaging 50.8 hours a month. The winter average was being used 14 days a month, just under 4 hours a day. If we contracted out a machine and an operator at $100 an hour, which is typically lower than what they would cost, that's over $60,000 a year. At a 10-year life of the used machine, which is what we got out of the last one, that would be over $600,000. The lease price for a used machine at 5396.20 or 53,962.24 a year for 5 years with a balloon payment of $41,760 and interest of over $49,000, totaling up to $360,000, 677.94. The outright purchase of the used machine would be $262,464.46, averaging 24,645 a year over the 10-year lifespan. And I also brought in the operations manual to assist you with this. As far as a contractor, according to our operations manual, every time there's waste dumped there, we need to compact it and push it up in the pile before the end of the day. And there is a limit that we cannot exceed in a period of time of daily compaction before we have to ground cover it so that it's not a hazard or that it doesn't take on groundwater. And in the summertime, that when we get to that dirt coverage, that could be the majority of a week trying to cover up what we've compacted over a several week period, small units or loads at a time. So basically, you're working half days, half the winter when it's slow, and during the summer, you're working nearly every day. But the average is still going to be 50 hours or nearly that a month.
Are you still wanting to put it out to see if, what kind of bids we'd have? Jim?
That sounds like to me, we can't leave it overnight. Is that what he's saying?
That's the unfortunate part for our operating plan. Yes, it would be very difficult for a contractor to come back and.
Is that our policy, or how long can we leave it? What does the state say we can leave it, I guess?
This is what the state approved. They approved our operating plan. So we're stuck to the, if it's dumped, we need to push it in and compact it.
Change.
What if we change it?
Well, if we change the operating plan, I don't know the answer to that. I'd have to ask Terracon as to whether or not that's possible.
Okay, I think that's.
I don't know
And the
the
lease
answer.
program, I know you lease purchase. I'd like to just see a lease, what it would take us to lease one
Just
Without the purchase?
without a purchase, just lease price.
Well, the lease price is my understanding, but I will go back and confirm, would be your 5 years, no balloon payment, start a new machine and a new lease.
Okay, but how?
But you would lose the equity in that machine and turn it back to the program.
I would like to see what we could lease, a lease program, not to own, a lease program.
Okay. Understanding if I do a lease program, because of the advice I got from the attorney, unless we bid it out, I'll have to do a used lease, something low hours. If you want me to lease or get lease prices on a new machine, then I'm going to have to do an RFP and print it and make sure I follow those procedures.
I'm okay with it being used.
I am too, as long as we don't have to pay the repairs.
Okay, that simplifies things for me and the process quite a bit. I mean, that'll take a couple weeks worth of headache out of the way for me paperwork wise. Christmas lights are down, drainage is going to be next. It'll be ASAP as soon as we can get the truck up there. Our new bus that just had a motor put in it had the same cylinder go out on it. Cylinder number 6 went out on it while it's still under warranty. We are taking it back this week and going to get some answers as to why twice in a very short period of time we've lost 2 motors and both under warranty. And the last thing I had was 10 minutes of or executive session for non-elected personnel. Commissioners, do you have anything for me?
I don't have anything.
I don't have anything.
I don't.
Thank you.
John.
Before you go into public comment, can I get, I think, 2 minutes recess? To go to the bathroom.
10 minutes recess now.
2.
2 minutes. You can go ahead and go now. if you want to.
Okay, you don't have to
We'll let you go.
recess.
We'll let
We will
recess. We'll-
Okay. You can start.
You have anything else, Danielle? Anything?
I'll be right back.
You going? I guess everybody's leaving. So.
Go get it.
So you're just
I
gonna wait
would like 10 minutes of non-elected.
10 minutes non-elected? Okay.
Trade secrets. We were all today. That's all in my notes.
Okay. Ten minutes of Danielle. And Chastity. Okay. We'll go to public comment when they get back, I guess. Did you go work for the paper? Is he working with you? Go to public comment when we get done there.
Oh,
That good?
yes.
Smile. We'll open up for public comment. It's a citizen desiring to speak on an item on the agenda may do so at this time. Discussion is limited to 5 minutes and the commission will take no action at this time. Items introduced under public comment may become agenda items for a later time.
Gonna call them up based on their signups.
I have a list here for public comment. Stacy Fromdahl.
Stacy.
State your name, please, and what you're here for, please.
My name is Stacy Fromdahl. I work in the county clerk's office here in Linn County, and I am also a citizen of Tanglewood Lake. I'm short. I was contacted on behalf of the Tanglewood Roads, either going public or private, the Friday after the court hearing. It was very short notice. They asked if I could produce the letter that was written and signed way back when. I was not able to locate a copy of it, but I notified several residents about where it was located. I had made several copies, put one in the safe, put one in my old notebook, and there was some in some criminal files. And no one was able to locate it. That letter would have prevented all of this. It saddens me that something like that would just walk away because they were in a safe. Number two, a little backstory. I put in my resignation the June of 2023, and I worked until October of 2023. Prior to that, there was a situation that arose prior to 2023, and that's a civil suit that was brought to light. And one of the named people in that civil suit is a close friend, soon to be family member, if not already, of one of the current board members. It sickens me that if that document disappeared, I'm ashamed, because that would have prevented all of this. The county does not need to be handling our roads. We have maintained those roads for the last 30, 50 years. We have done a great job doing it up until recently. And I think the next step is to take it to the next higher court and let them handle it, because we have been running it as private roads all these years. Thank you.
Thank you,
Thanks,
Stacy.
Casey.
Okay.
Chuck Stevens.
Good morning. My name's Chuck Stevens. I'm the current president of the board at Tanglewood. Last week was a very stressful week for all of us in attendance. And it's a little stressful for you all too. The letter that Stacy refers to does not clear up anything. We've shown it to the attorney. We've shared it with your attorney. It does not clear up anything. As far as, we have a letter that's dated 2023, which your attorney provided us. We also have numerous documents that show when we turned over the plats to the county, signatures from the original owners, signatures from the notary, signatures from the county attorney or engineer. Nothing dictates that they're your roads, they're our roads. The plats say public roads forevermore, and there's no letter that we can find. Maybe you all can find it, but there's no letter in anything that we have that state that they were ever denied to be a public road, that they were always private. So my question is to you is, what is your plan of action? Are you going to fight this? This is not Tanglewood's fight. This is your all's fight. We're kind of stuck in the middle.
When you say attorney, can you clarify Justin Meeks or Mark Hagan?
It was the gentleman that just retired.
Gary
Thompson?
Thompson.
Yes. He provided us with a letter, and I can provide you with a copy of that.
I'd like to see a copy of it if you can.
Okay. But that's dated 2023. That's closing the door after the horses got out.
How long has this been in?
We received notice. We didn't receive notice by anyone official. We all received notice due to Facebook, where the person that got off from the crime that they committed, the judge ruled that they were going to be public roads. That's how we all found out.
So a judge has said that your roads are public.
Yes, sir.
I hadn't heard that.
And I'm
Yes.
just going to be
And
honest with you
to be
guys.
honest with you, I
had-
figured I'd come here and catch you all off guard. I really did.
You got me off guard. So,
Okay.
but
The first time I even knew anything about it would have been last week. I had an email from, I think it was a Bruce, and I have
So the
zero
judge-
knowledge of the case at all. So as far as like giving you an answer, we're not going to do that
I-
today.
I
Because
totally
we don't know anything
understand.
about it.
I'm here to ask for some communication.
For sure.
Mr. Hightower,
Yes.
your phone voicemail is completely full.
Okay.
You may want to empty it out
Thank you.
since you're an elected official. So
Thanks,
people that you serve can get a hold of you.
Okay.
Okay. I also tried to contact the county attorney and got nowhere there. We don't even know if it's an official document yet that says the lakes are, or the roads are public or the roads are private still.
Are you
Wait.
saying county attorney meaning Dustin Meeks?
Yes, correct. I tried on numerous occasions. I did finally get to talk to his secretary. The secretary was very little help. So again, we're flying in the dark. We're trying to figure out our side of things. I'm sure now you're going to be trying to figure out your side of things.
Right.
And we're not gonna make any decision here today.
I-
We'll
I
listen to you guys,
understand.
But I mean, as far as what we have to say, we're not gonna say anything.
I
So
totally
you guys can talk for your 5 minutes, but as far as, I'm blindsided.
And I totally understand that. I would like for someone in your group to be a spokesperson that would communicate your findings or your plan of action in the future. Currently, we're all just kind of in limbo, not knowing what to do. We're
As far
coming
as like a
So when-
spokesperson, I don't know if that.
When did the decision come down?
a week from today. Is that, I believe that's correct? A week, last Monday.
Right.
Last Monday in court.
Okay.
It was a criminal case.
Right.
And that criminal case was partly resolved due to that decision that it's
Okay.
public roads.
So you're requesting, you would like the roads to stay with Tanglewood. You do not want the county taking, that's the board's decision.
We have paid taxes as property owners for, Tanglewood's been in existence for 55 years. So we paid 55 years worth of taxes to the county. And we received very little help as far as police presentation or, police being in our area, cruising through. Obviously, if they're private roads, you guys aren't going to give us any gravel, anything like that. So, but I think in the future, if it is public roads, then we would like to know your plan of action. When we can start seeing police, more presence, and what we're going to do about the roads.
So the ruling right now, I think we just need, can we look into it?
Absolutely.
Get back with you guys in like
I
2
think we
weeks.
just need to listen right now.
Yeah, I don't-
And be quiet, and we'll get with our attorney.
I would just like a plan of action from you all.
Okay.
If you're going to fight it, then tell us you're
Would,
going to fight it.
Would you guys be okay with when we do have something? I mean, if we'll be deciding it in the open meeting, but are you okay with me talking to Chuck?
I'm totally fine with you guys communicating, and then also, if we are discussing it or it's put on the agenda, just, can we send him an email? Can we get your email before you leave? Then
Absolutely.
you are responsible of letting everyone in the community.
We
know
have
where they
we
are
have
with that.
a communication set up in our community where we let the residents know what's going on. So absolutely. Yeah.
You can just leave it for Danielle, your
Okay.
email.
Okay. Well, thank you.
One of the questions I have is, if you are going to fight it, who's responsible for the maintenance on the roads while you're fighting? That would be one thing that I would also like to address, pleplease.
Well, I would.
I don't know anything about
we need to
anything's
just
changed,
talk
so
about it.
it's gonna continue as is right now.
Okay.
The way I feel.
We haven't had an official board meeting about this, to be honest with you, but it's not on the board. It's nothing that we have done. It's nothing that we can change. It's between the judge and the county commissioners at this point.
The commissioner asked you what the board knows, and I'm just curious.
Can I talk to them?
I just feel like
Disrupt your meeting.
the 5 is up, so we'll have you go set, but I do feel like you guys need to have a meeting and figure out what you want.
Here's my thing. I don't want to give out information that I don't know is accurate. So,
Yeah.
and I've tried to get someone to talk to me in this regard and see what,
Okay,
I mean.
I will get back with you.
Okay, we're gonna move on to the next one. Thank you.
Thank you, Chuck. Hey, Chuck.
Leslie Brown?
Hi, I'm Leslie Brown. I am also a member of Tanglewood. I've owned property down here for 5 years, and I'm a full-time member also. So Jason, can you please give us a date that we can get a response back from you? I heard Allison and you all mentioning earlier that you're having a work discussion in 2 weeks, and if the roads are public and if you all are responsible, we want to make sure that Tanglewood is able to be included in that discussion and in the budget. So we would really, that's important to us. So can you give a date, please, that you guys, I'm hoping maybe next week, since your meeting's on the 31st, that you can do your research and get back to Chuck.
I think it's doable.
Thank you. So next by next meeting, you'll be able to address the judge's decision on whether the roads
We haven't
are.
heard anything from the judge.
I understand that, sir. I understand that. You're getting very defensive. We're just asking for support and help. We also don't know for sure, but as the county commissioners, we would expect that you would be able to communicate with your judge to understand what the ruling means for the Tanglewood community. And because of that 331 meeting, it would be important that if the roads are public, that were discussed in that meeting and included in the overall, what the plan is for the county.
This is going to be an ongoing, discussion, and we're going to have
Right.
to do our fact finding
Right.
and figure out exactly what we're going to need to do.
Right. So I hear Allison say it's doable to have in that 331 meeting if, again, Tanglewood is public. But is it safe to assume that you should be able to talk to your judge and know by the next county meeting what that ruling actually means for Tanglewood?
So I have a note here, and I'll get with Danielle. This would be my idea. We would put it on the agenda that we'll discuss it next week, 1 p.m. And then she'll put that on there, but she'll have to reach out to the people we want. So like if we want a judge to be here, we have to make sure she'll reach out to the judge, make sure she can be here. Our attorney, Justin Meeks. There's going to take a lot of people to
I
come
don't think
together.
this isn't the place we need to be talking about this right here. You guys are welcome to talk in your opinion, but ours right now.
So,
is
Mr. Johnson, I don't understand why you're so defensive. We are here, everybody who's from
Public
Tanglewood.
comment is for 5
Everyone
minutes.
from,
You guys-
and I haven't been, my name is on the agenda. My name is on the agenda.
Hold on. What you don't understand, Mr. Johnson, is that we have trouble with theft, safety, drugs, and every time the police department is called, they are told that we are a private community and there's nothing they can do unless they have probable cause. So we have a safety issue. So it's not just about the roads, it's about our residents, our community. And that's where the passion comes from. Because people at Tanglewood, a lot of people are good people, hardworking people, and have paid a lot of money to live there. And
I haven't said that you have, and what I'm just saying is.
But you're not giving me my 5 minutes because you keep interrupting me. You keep interrupting.
This is our meeting, and you guys can talk for 5 minutes, but.
But you keep interrupting and you don't like what we're saying, so you get defensive and interrupt us. And you said you would just listen. We're not asking for an answer today, except for a timeline of when you can get back to us, sir. If you're from Tanglewood, can you just raise your hand so that they know? We're all taxpayers and we care about this community as much as you do, sir.
We'll
So
find out.
let's just
When
give
we
her-
get our
let-
information, we will let them know.
We will let them know, but they're here to speak. Let them speak, and then we respond. We're not going to react. We're going to respond to
we're
them.
being civil.
We're going to respond. I will respond to you.
Okay. And just for a knowledge piece, we have our gates opened at this point because of the destruction that's occurred to them in the past. And until we understand that judge's decision, that's where they stand right now. So thank you. I appreciate you, Allison. Thank you. Thanks, Jason.
Thank you.
Barry Jones.
My question,
Okay. Jim Hendershot.
my question, been answered, thank you.
Okay.
Can I forfeit my time to somebody that does have a good question, please?
Somebody come up, or anybody that wants to for 5 minutes, you're welcome to come.
My name is Francie Campbell. I own property at Tanglewood. I'm also a board member, and I also share a partnership with another man who's on vacation for the maintenance committee. So we have a lot of road work that needs to be getting done. We need to put in culverts. We need a lot of support from our community, and we are trying our best to take care of things, but we are at a standstill. We can't spend money on roads that we've collected from our community and then turn around and then we shouldn't have spent it because it is your guys, because that's what the judge ruled. So please consider that. Consider where we are at and trying to keep up our properties in Tanglewood. because people out there love it and they're tight knit and we need the support. This has been going on for 55 years. You know, one hand it's public roads, one hand it's private roads. We can't get secure, help with the police department because of that. We can't, always the commission has helped us with roll-offs to clean up the community. And we're very concerned of what, it just opened up all the roads into our community and we can't stop anybody from coming in and out. Now, if you lived in Johnson County, Leavenworth County, they have private communities, they have gates, and you pay an HOA or a POA fee to be able to come and live in a private community. What is the difference? I don't understand.
Did they take the gate down? I don't even know. Did they-
Yeah, yes, they
No,
tear
they're
them
not.
up. Every time one gate is tore up, it's
They are
over.
open right now.
Okay.
Yes.
You had
We
your
have
gate-
opened them because we
Okay,
can't
that's what I'm
afford the
asking.
damages
Okay.
that happens. But one gate is over $2,000 to have replaced every time. And this community has forked out thousands of dollars replacing fencing, blocks, gates, control panels, security cameras, because they get tore up. Because we have no support, is what I'm trying to say.
I understand that, and I'm not
We need
gonna,
to have it clarified.
okay. We'll get an answer. Anyone else?
Public comments open to anyone. You did not have to be on the list. Can you come to the?
Step up here and state your name, please.
And my name's Rusty Russell, and my concern is how long will it take you to come to a decision? You got a judge saying you have to do this. You just made the comment that necessarily that's not right. So how long will it take for you guys to determine these open or private roads, and what's the time frame?
At this point, we're still just trying to find the facts. And then we'll have a time frame as far as what process we're going to follow.
Okay, I appreciate it. Thanks.
Anyone else?
Good morning. My name is Barry Mitchell. I've been on the board, not on the board now. I'm a resident since '99. We just spent an hour and a half listening to you folks talk about roads.
Yeah.
You don't want our roads. I don't know what kind of decision you're going to make in the next month. You don't want our roads. You have your hands full. We'd just like to know if we can get some sheriff participation in our neighborhood, and for sure that you are going to take the roads. I understand that you don't know do-wah-diddle about what has been said or been happening, and you won't know it until you put your heads together. If you would consider what the ladies have talked about, for 55 years, we've maintained our own roads and it done a pretty good job. We'd like to have some police help for taking care of the property, the security, keeping the bad people out, and that's what our gates do. I'd like to say it has kept part of the drugs out, but it hasn't. It's kept part of it out. Let us know what you can.
Okay.
You don't want our roads.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Heather Brecht, another resident of Tanglewood. My question is, if these are in fact, sorry,
Can you state your name one more time? She didn't hear it.
you got it. I'm Heather and Brecht, B-R-E-C-H-T.
Thank you.
My question has to do with dam maintenance. We are spending tons and tons of money on protecting our dams, which are inherently tied to our roads. So I think that another question that needs to be addressed is if these are in fact public roads and the responsibility of the county, how that is going to roll into dam maintenance. Thank you.
That was brought to our attention earlier today with Public Works, so we'll be addressing the dams. Mhm. Yeah.
Anyone else?
Okay. We missed you.
Les Warner, a Tanglewood resident. All I would say, yeah, if these roads are public, I hope you guys can justify doing everything possible to get them up. Also, I'm hoping that you guys look at some type of resolution or resolving this issue. Because there might be a way that's out there that if things weren't signed the way they're supposed to be signed, that these roads are private and always have been private. We don't know yet. And hopefully you guys can determine that from the public records that are out there. And
Okay.
so that's my.
We'll look into that, the resolutions and different paperwork. Yep.
Anyone else?
And just state your name.
My name is Leslie Long, and I've lived in Tanglewood since 2022, so I'm a pretty new resident. My question is that if you all take the roads to public, will you have sheriff's officers going around making their presence known? So I specifically bought a house in Tanglewood because it was a private community and I wanted to spend my money in this community. But now I'm not really so sure because there's some folks, I'm sorry, I don't really feel like you really care, Jim, about all of these folks speaking. I would just like a resolution because I've heard about this since I've moved in, and I don't know, I think that it's a pretty easy solution. Public or private, it can't be that hard.
Okay.
Correct?
I feel like I need to get counsel.
No, I
Honest with
understand
you,
that, Allison,
but,
yeah. All right, well, I
I
appreciate
don't
you
know if
all.
it's that easy, but I will definitely look into it.
You want to come? Sheriff,
Under Sheriff Bobby?
under sheriff too.
So let me kind of explain the situation that you guys have been in. Up until Monday, we all believed that you guys were a private lake community. And am I correct? Yes.
Yes.
Until then, you guys took care of your roads. They were your roads, not public roads, right? And being such our jurisdiction for traffic enforcement does not extend on the private property. There's only three things that we can do on private property. That's enforcing DUI, reckless driving, and driving without insurance. I mean, you're never gonna get that unless you stop someone. So we have been always responding to calls. If you have that, something similar to that, we will come out and make a report and investigate that report. But as far as like patrolling the roadways, making traffic stops, we could not do that because I would be seizing you as the government for something outside my jurisdiction. That's a violation of Fourth Amendment. Now, if they do become public roadways, there's still further hurdles to go over. Because if the stop sign is like what you guys have out there, pretty much a board with stop written on it, that isn't so far off the roadway, that's so tall, that it's not reflective, legally it's not a stop sign. Your speed limits, you have to have a traffic study done to say, this road right here, speed limit is this. If not, then the state statute for just gravel roads covers that. So if you want to restrict that down to like 15 miles an hour, then you have to have a traffic study. These are some of the hurdles that we're going to go over if this does end up being public.
Hold on, one at a time, please.
Okay.
I don't think right now.
This is
Guys.
really not the
Right
place
now.
for this,
Hey,
and if you're gonna.
If anybody wants to
address-
talk, we need to let them get to the podium.
If anybody wants to talk, they need to be to the podium.
And address the commission, not Tanglewood residents, please.
You have been coming through Tanglewood, just patrol. Just the fact that you guys drive through helps. Anybody knows that you're not going to give a speeding ticket in Tanglewood. That ain't going to happen. But you could give a DUI ticket. You could go to an accident and make an accident report. You have in the past.
Kids are like where that accident's at. If it's just a vendor, it's a private property, somebody running that way. Like, right now, up until Monday, it was just like if somebody back into the grocery store. That's the way the law covers that, because it's private property. Now, if this is public property, we are, yes, going to come out there and make accident reports. And we have so much more jurisdiction for making traffic stop and lane violations, all those things that are proactive law enforcement measures if the roads are a public roadway compared to a private roadway. Again, I can't go on your property and stop you for if you're bleeding. Because that would be a violation.
You can't come on my property and do what?
And stop you for not using your third signal, right? That would be a violation of your rights because it's your property, it's not a public roadway. That until Monday
Okay.
is exactly how it was looked at by the law.
Can you come on my property and stop or arrest her from stealing my stuff?
Yes.
Okay. It's still private property. Anyway, you guys have been in Tanglewood. You do come through. You have parked. You do make a difference when you do come through because the people that come down on the weekends say, oh, the cops are here. Maybe I won't let my 13-year-old go 80 miles an hour down the gravel road.
That is correct.
If they see you guys, and your presence does count.
And we don't have any problem with that going through there. But you get, there's two of us on duty at all times.
There's still what?
Two on duty at all times. Two deputies.
Oh, you mean in Linn County?
Yeah, in Linn County. Okay. If they got a call over here, they got something that's more priority, they'll be over there. But you still get the same service. If you call us, we do show up.
Today sometime.
Do what? It depends on the priority of the call.
You do show up today sometime.
It depends on the priority of the call, but you will always get the service of the sheriff.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. I have a quick question. I'm new on the board, but I've been doing my homework on some things, and I actually talked to two of your officers probably almost 2 weeks ago, and I asked them about the people walking on our roads, just like somebody who currently was arrested for a stabbing, tweaking out, and that's the only word I can use. You know, walking on the road. And so I asked him, I said, what can we do to help you guys help us? And he said, well, you need to have probable cause. If you see someone walking on the road that is acting in that manner or something suspicious, to call. Let us know right then. Okay, well, we do that. And you guys have it documented, all the calls that we call all the time. And you guys have come out, and you do come out and stuff, but nothing ever gets done. It gets dropped, or they pay a small fine and be done. I know it's not you, but that's the breakdown. That's what I'm trying to explain to you. That's the breakdown. We're trying to help you guys, and you guys are trying to help us. But the court system isn't working either to correct that.
I wish you could just imagine how frustrating it is.
I'm frustrated because I have literally had my truck pushed through a gate.
I fully understand.
So,
I fully understand. Okay, so your guys' concerns, we can address this in a different meeting somewhere else. The meeting, your concerns or your frustration with the sheriff's office not being out there can be addressed in a different meeting. If you decide that you want to call a meeting, we can be there and address it formally. Okay? Everything else that needs to be addressed with commission can be addressed with commission. We're not going to take any more comments about
frustrations towards the sheriff's office.
Right.
Okay?
Why is that? Why are we not allowed to talk about the sheriff's office?
We're not directing conversation towards
We're-
the sheriff's office. You can set up a meeting.
This is public comment, not an ongoing argument is the thing. You can
But I
make,
have two issues.
Okay.
One positive and one negative. Okay? The negative was not under this sheriff. Okay? But I called because there was gunfire towards my house. They said, well, we're busy interviewing deputies, so we can't come out until tomorrow. Well, I just told you. About a few months ago, which I believe is under the sheriff, I had a very strange person at my door, and he was definitely tweaking. I called 911. Now, I did say there's a glass door that's locked between me and him, and I'm fine, but if he comes through that door, he's getting shot. There was 2 deputies there within 20 minutes. But I think that's because I said, if someone comes through that glass door, he's getting shot. So that's the negative and the positive. But I have been told, we can't come out. We're interviewing deputies. And I was like, which is more important, interviewing deputies? No, it does not. But that was a deputy that told me that.
Just one question for you, Sheriff. We did invite you guys out when I was on the board, on previous board member, and you said that you'd get back to us the first quarter. Is this still on the agenda that you're going to talk to the board? Have you reached out to them, telling them when? Because when we kind of left, we talked together, and you said that you'd like to get everything together, you and the undersheriff, come out to the board, talk to the board. Have you guys set up that meeting to do that?
We have not. This is still the first quarter.
Okay, right, yeah, I understand that, but it's,
You told me what the meeting times were.
right,
And up until, of course, this whole thing.
right. I mean, compared to this ordeal or not ordeal, yeah. Because the quarter is coming to an end pretty soon. This is the last month of the first quarter. And so I'm just wondering if have you reached out to the board to do that? Okay, thank you.
Can you give me the date and time for the meeting? The next meeting?
I should have somebody that's probably on the board to talk about it. They have a planning meeting on the 4th Saturday of the month, and their board meeting is the 2nd Saturday of every month at 9 o'clock.
So which one would you rather?
That's up to the current board members to decide which would be better. Like I say, I'm a previous board member, so I don't really have the jurisdiction to say one way or the other, but yeah, board meetings the second Saturday, and planning meeting the 4th Saturday of every month, 9 o'clock at the office. So, thank you.
Good morning. Barry Jones. I'm one of the board members here at Tanglewood. I just had one question for the officers. First of all, thank you for your service. I'm a retired public servant myself, so I know the struggles. Gentleman mentioned until Monday, it was known that our place was private. What happened on Monday that you were aware of? Did you have some kind of a documentation or?
Are you addressing me?
Yes, sir. Any of the officers, yeah. Do you guys have some type of a document that you received on Monday that would have changed our roads from public to private?
We have not received, we are just as surprised as anybody.
Okay.
we have not received anything
Okay.
either, Barry.
I just clarifying because the gentleman said until Monday. I didn't know if there was something that came out,
We heard at the same time.
you heard it like, okay. I just wanted to make sure there wasn't something out there we didn't know about. All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Barry.
Anyone else?
What was your name again?
Jerry Humpert.
Jerry.
Good luck with that. So I don't live there, but I've been a landowner for a long time, and I wonder, this is to sway you guys. When you saw this argument about public-private, it was explained to me 3 years ago that the reason that the sheriff department wouldn't come in is they weren't technically legal streets, roads. So I want to put it in your mind that not only would you have to repair them, but now you have to get signage as well. It's just an extra cost for the county. And so hopefully that sways some of your decision, just to realize how much it's going to cost the county to take those roads back. That's all I wanted to say.
I agree.
So,
I just feel like the judge made a ruling.
and I think we're gonna need clarification from her and
Well, and hopefully,
on what needs to take place, I guess is what I'm saying, because we haven't received anything from the judge.
I just see that, and obviously you're going to have to, two sheriff's department, two sheriffs on patrol, probably isn't going to do the whole county plus our roads. So it's just additional cost for the county. And I think, and I tried to get this out of the board, hopefully they want to keep those roads private, keep the gates in place. But this was just so that, so that you understand the whole big deal. To me, the good answer would be for Tanglewood to buy the roads from you guys for like $20. If it does come up that they are public, and then let us go status quo. Just keep doing what we're doing.
I think we can work through that with some sort of resolution like they had mentioned. I just think we need time to research everything.
I wanted you guys to go in eyes wide open and know what it's going to cost the county. It's huge.
Yeah. We have
And that was what Barry was saying, and I just agree.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Anyone else? Okay. No one else got any public comment? We'll close public comment.
So, Fleet Enterprise.
Thank you.
Oh, is that me?
Overpaid? Oh, I thought you said overpaid.
Are you the attorney? Are you the attorney interview? Sorry. Are you
Sunday.
Fleet Enterprise or attorney? Okay. Thank you.
We'll see you.
Good luck. Thank you guys for coming in.
Thank you.
Yep.
So we've talked about the quick comp fund grant
Thank you.
already.
Have a good day. Yep.
Chris, are you here for the phone system? Okay. Come ahead if you'd like. Yep.
Now that you've cleared the room.
I did just put the phone count from several weeks ago into this SharePoint, so you guys have the numbers to reference if you'd like.
Okay.
I think I printed that out at one point.
It was printed out, but I just dropped it just in
Thank
case
you.
wanted
Who knows where that is?
Hello, Commissioners. Are you ready?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, we're ready.
Okay. You asked me to be here for phone system questions, or is this about the phone counts? I'm not sure.
I think it is for the phone systems. We were wanting to. We need to make a decision.
Guys, can you please? Sorry. Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Have a good day. We were just wanting to go over how many phone calls were coming into each line, and I think we have that printout, and then now we're here to just finalize and make a decision on if we want to do something different with the phone system, how those calls come in, what the phone number is on the website.
And so what is the time period on these phone counts?
This is a month off.
30 days.
30 days.
Per day?
30 days.
Over 30 days. 30 days, yeah.
It's a month.
Yeah.
So just, I'll share my screen if you guys want to see it. Anybody's here?
I've got it.
Okay, you guys got it. So obviously the sheriff's department takes in 1,755 average 30
Correct,
days.
yes.
Then it goes to the treasurer, DMV, district court, and clerk. I would say those are the top 5 that we would want to focus on.
And
Diverting.
what are you wanting to,
Currently, all of those departments typically, if they're coming from an online search, the clerk's office will receive the call and send it where it needs to go.
okay, and what are you trying to fix here?
So the phone number that is on the website on the front page goes to the clerk, and I believe, if I'm correct, we were wanting to have an option of like an automated response of where the calls would be directed.
If that's
Like
what you would like to do.
extension. So we
Okay.
need to make a decision. Number one, the phone number. So how many phone numbers do we have again total?
Oh, gosh, what was it?
30 some.
Yeah.
Or over
Because
30
even that
phone numbers?
list, I combined them, like sheriff had 4 or 5, so I put them all under sheriff. Just that one list there, but that other page the other day had all of them listed individually.
I just feel like as a county, that's a lot of phone numbers.
Mhm.
I'm confused just looking at it.
So,
a
but-
lot of these get one phone call. I guess those are the facts, but like noxious weed, that's 3 phone calls, and he has a cell phone, right?
Mhm.
I mean, why do we have a number? I don't know. It's costing us money, right?
I mean, yeah, there's a cost, but it's not much. So to have a number or a line to a number isn't costing us. If we had 10 phone numbers, I don't believe it would cost any different if we had 50 phone numbers, the actual numbers
So
themselves.
these are all landlines. but
Yes, sir, that's
these
right.
are Landlines, these aren't cell phones.
That's correct.
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 Okay, but you're wanting to set up and have like the top 5 be able to, if they call the clerk's number, they can be transferred directly? Because we're not gonna sit there and list out all these, right? And have them,
No, I think like the sheriff's department had was like 5 or 6 options. You could like if you called in on the sheriff's office, which I think that helps streamline their call volume. I
Yeah.
do believe it helps.
And
Just like the
prioritize
fair
what they're
board,
doing.
for instance, there's 12 calls, do we pay for a phone for 12 months out of the year?
So no, again, with the way our phone system is, we don't pay by the phone or by the line. We pay by the number of just voice channels. With the fair board, the phone doesn't cost us anything. The phone number doesn't cost. And in fact, I believe that number is forwarded to a cell phone. So when they call there, it's actually going to somebody's cell phone. But no, none of these lines, we don't pay. You don't want to think of it in the traditional sense where it used to be, if I had 10 phone lines, I paid $30 each
For each
line.
phone line.
Yeah, no, we don't. We pay for what are called voice channels. We have 30 for the entire operation. And then the clerk's office actually takes that total cost per month and divides it by just the number of departments. And it comes out to, it's not much. Somewhere between, I think it's like $11 or
Yeah, that
$15 a
figure,
month.
Yeah, I thought I remember seeing it like at $13 on the
Yeah.
names.
Yeah.
I can look it up.
Oh, it's
Sorry, no, I don't have.
not a big
anything, but I
deal.
can look it up.
I remember seeing it a month ago, but. Okay, well, Jason, are you okay with the way it is set up?
I'm not saying that. I'm just saying, how are we going to, how do we fix, I mean, what's the problem and how do we fix it, I guess?
That's my question too. I don't-
So what is the problem? The problem is we're getting too many calls from the website to the clerk's office?
I would say that's maybe one of the problems.
Okay. So do we,
Let's say like, so in
do we
my head, like
give
if it's in
2
the
or 3
courthouse,
choices
I
when that
think
number's called?
in my head, this is just
Okay.
me thinking, if it is an office that is in the courthouse, like DMV, treasurer, clerk, mapping, say there's 5 or 6, register of deeds, that would be one phone number, and then they would hit an extension or one to go to clerk's office. That would streamline a building. The
So,
sheriff's
so
department's already doing
Right.
So, and then you would have one for Public Works. Public Works would be planning and zoning, road and bridge, noxious weed.
But so if are we really streamlining at that point if we have them do the number and then it rings somewhere else and we're having to transfer them anyway?
Wait, say that one more time.
Okay, so we put everybody in the courthouse on the same phone number. We give a list of menu options for them to go to their deal. If they don't pick an option or they pick the wrong option, then it's ringing to where? To the clerk's office anyway. Now we've got a full-time receptionist.
No, listen, this is how I feel like it's going to happen. You have the same, like how you set it up with like option 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Like you call the treasurer's office. You call the treasurer's office and it's going to give you like 1 for this clerks, 2 for treasurer, 3 for DMV. If they don't click anything, the phone number that they originally dialed was the treasurer. So it will go to the treasurer's office. That is, they're already a receptionist.
What I'm asking, and I'm not arguing with you, what I'm asking is, so you just said that the courthouse was all going to be on one number.
Well, I think it should be under a number. I do. But your question was, what if they call the treasurer's office? They're still the receptionist. I thought that's what you were saying. So what I'm saying was,
What I'm saying is if they don't pick their menu item,
yes.
where does it go then? And are we creating more volume of calls going to a certain department based off of just calling the courthouse?
Well, you'll get more calls to the clerk if you base it off the clerk and the default goes to the clerk is the one that's going to end up with more calls.
All right. So if you are on our website, like right now, you're looking at the website and you want to call someone at Linn County, the phone number goes to the clerk's office. So let's say you call that number. That number would
Unless
give
you
you an
click
option.
on that department.
You would have 5 options or 6 or whatever it is. And then if they click there, then they're going to transfer that to that department. But if that wasn't who they wanted to get a hold of, then yes, the clerk would take that call. It would go to their each office is their own receptionist. Like they all have
Right.
one. So I feel like it would help alleviate some of the work that you guys are having to do if the number stays the same. If all the numbers stay the same, people still are just Googling and then the first number they see, they call it. It's not like they're really looking at it and trying to find the right department. We have a very confusing website and you can't find much. So I feel like the phone number situation is just one thing we can do to help alleviate the confusion on who we're trying to call. Okay, so Sean.
So what are you proposing?
I guess we need to go back through and every one of these numbers needs to be put in a category. Like if it's the courthouse, well, right now, sheriff, when you call that number, I need to know what are the options. Is district court an option on that? Is the county attorney an option on that? I just need to know what were the options, I guess. Sheriffs, if you call that number, if you call the 2665, what are all the options on that? Treasurer, DMV, clerk, all of those need to be under.
Well, there's 2 sheriffs on here. What is there's a sheriff.
There is the second one.
Non-emergency and.
Yeah, it was another number that they had, but it was such a low, I mean, people don't call that number much. It's an old number that just existed before we had an IP system.
288 calls.
Yeah.
So what you're wanting is basically like if you call in to the sheriff's department, then there's numbers you can call for the.
So right now it's got
burn,
control burn.
Control burn and like that is what you're saying?
Because the fire department has his own, right? With options.
Yes,
I think if you call
emergency
the
management fire.
265, you get the options, don't you?
You do.
On the control burn.
Yeah, the sheriff has the jail.
I haven't
dispatch
gotten,
and
that's the
administration.
first one. I haven't held on to listen to any of the other options.
If there's options there, I think.
I'm pressing 4 for control burn information.
Then it gives you the information on what the day
And
is.
tells you to hold on line for dispatch.
Or
What's
sometimes it
court
gives you a
services,
message
you
of
know?
others.
It's something under district.
Burning's not allowed.
Yeah, right.
Or burning is allowed, and then you're holding on line for the dispatch.
Well, there's 2 numbers for court services. And I don't know, I don't feel like it should be this difficult. We're just trying to streamline phone numbers. You have over 30 phone numbers randomly on a website. And on the front page of the website, on the home page, it goes to the clerk. I think that it would be nice to have options per, whether it's like planning and zoning is going to get transportation, scheduling, pub works, Eco Devo. Like, I don't know, like if it's in this building, there's a lot in here that could go under that building, even the marina.
How can you transfer it from one town to another? Can you do that? Like if it was here and it transfer it to the marina or to the,
Yeah, because they're all in our system.
you transfer it to Prescott to the landfill?
Yep.
So, and that's what I'm saying, Ally, is what
You want a
ones
flow
do
chart.
we want to have under that number? Right? We can only have so many. We can't have 30. But which ones do we need to have? You know, the sheriff is getting their calls. Or, how many get calls for the sheriff? Danielle?
To the best of my knowledge, no. We get a lot for district clerk and for D&B treasurer, register of deeds. Essentially, any service inside the courthouse, the clerk's office is filtering those,
Okay.
fielding them.
So, but what I'm saying, so if we set it up where we had a message on that main number and did the ones that are the most frequent, that would cut down on the call volume. And that's where I'm going with this. We got to pick which ones.
So we're
make-
wanting to tie everything with the public works to the public works number.
Correct.
And then break it down to
The
one.
treasurer or DMV, if those are, I mean, those are 2 very high call loads, right? So are the choices we have when the clerk's number gets called, treasurer, DMV, district court,
Appraisers.
and
GIS.
where?
So this is where I just printed this out. What do you guys think about highlighting them in different colors? Like, if we'll highlight, this is just my idea. Print it out, highlight it, color code it, everything in green. We want it to go to this recording. If it's in the sheriff's, I want it from you what was already, I guess, put into that.
Yeah, again, that's dispatch, jail, and administration.
So I want that just written out. If it's in pink or whatever color we choose for public works, just an idea of like how many would actually be under each department if they call a certain number.
Can you break that out that way, Chris, and work on that to where the one number goes for the sheriff, and then dispatch and everyone else is a.
Like call count? Or is that what you're asking?
As far as to where one number gets you an option to reach
Those different departments?
different departments.
I think we need to make a decision as the commission first of which departments are under each, which ones we're doing, and then have him work on it. Do you know what I mean?
I do.
Okay.
Yeah, because I definitely want some.
There's no reason for you to go work on it.
Right,
when
whatever you want, just, yeah, let me know. If I may make a recommendation.
Yeah, go ahead.
One thought I'm having is, as a consumer, I mean, you know, we all like to be able to call and get a hold of somebody pretty directly. Maybe it makes sense to take the clerk's number, the treasurer's number, the DMV, and we have the system auto answer it first with a message that just says, you know, you have reached the Linn County Clerk's office. Press 1 to, or a menu choice, press 1 if you would like to reach a different department, or stay on the line and we will connect your call, right? And because if I wanted to call the clerk at 2668, instead of me having to listen to 5, 6, 7 menu choices, I just wait. But if I, oh, no, I want the DMV, I didn't mean to call you, right? Then I press that option 1, then it gives me those choices in that building or as a whole group. And then I pick the department I want, sends me over to that ring group, and off we go.
Yeah, but nobody wants to listen to 30 different ones. So
Right, and it's
broken
hard,
into-
yeah.
And I don't think it's gonna be end up 30. I think it's 25.
Another suggestion, if I might, on the homepage of our website, maybe listing a couple different of those key persons, you know, clerk's office at our normal number, treasurers,
DMV.
DMV.
Sure.
Because those are the high traffic ones, and if people could easily have access to that phone number instead of having to call. And I'm getting a message from the treasurer's office that they want their phone calls to come straight to them. They don't want to be a part of an extension phone messaging system. Just letting you know, department head thoughts.
I think it kind of clears that up though. Like if they call the treasurers, like what you're saying, if you meant to call this number, you know, you can stay on the line. Hopefully we can have a conversation with them and work something out because.
Okay.
We could change nothing and then just increase the compensation for my team of girls for answering the phone calls and feeling that doing a sort of receptionist type job by a few cents an hour. Not that I'm trying to promote my team getting a raise, just that's where the calls are filtered to.
And I don't know if this clarification means anything, but like when it says let's say the treasurer has 521 phone calls, that was inbound, you know, in 30 days. That means that phone number was called.
Right.
Right. It
Not
wouldn't have
transferred.
Yeah, because you know I get it from time to time that somebody will call and you know, well, let me transfer you over to the DMV. That wouldn't count on that number.
But it is counted on yours.
On IT, it would be. Yes, that's
I mean,
right.
wherever
You're
it goes,
correct.
it's made.
Yes.
It's an incoming call.
That's right. Yeah, so the sheriff's office definitely, you know, 1,700 calls in 30 days is pretty good. That's just inbound. You know, that doesn't even account when
Well,
they
I
call
think
out.
that's probably dispatch.
It probably is. And jail.
When you
Jail's
go to
pretty
a
busy.
24-hour system too.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
Maybe that's the
That
jail.
breaks it
The other
down.
ones.
It
that
really
don't.
does. Yeah.
Okay.
So you want to look at the flow chart as far, or we're going first?
I'll just I'll try to figure out a flow chart and get back with you next week.
Okay.
That's fine.
Okay. Thanks, Chris.
Thank you, Chris. Have a good day.
All right. Thank you.
Okay. Is Enterprise here?
Yeah, he's here.
Want to have them come up?
Want to come up here?
Hey.
You want to get a chair? You want him up there? Or?
Yeah.
Bring that mic up here too, and then we can.
I got it.
Morning.
Good morning.
Hello. Jim Johnson.
Yeah, I'm Ken. Nice to meet you.
Alex.
Nice to meet you guys.
James. Hello, Bobby.
Yes, thank you.
Appreciate it. All right. Kick it off? Yeah, go ahead.
Good.
Wonderful. Well, thank you all so much for having me. Really appreciate your time this morning. And before we kind of dive in, wanted to thank these gentlemen here as well as Mr. West for all of their time and efforts over the past months as we've worked through this together in discussion. So I just really appreciate everyone's time. From an agenda standpoint, I thought we would roll through a few of the core areas of our program, discuss the vehicle and operational sides, and then dive into the analytics that we've put together so far. So just from a big picture standpoint, we are the same company as Enterprise Mobility. You are probably familiar with us from our rental car division. On the fleet management side, we essentially leverage that infrastructure. So we have many tools, people, resources all throughout the country. We leverage that to help entities like yours with what we consider small to medium-sized fleets. Our niche is 20 to 300 vehicles. The average client has about 50 to 100 vehicles in their fleet, and we help save money and bring efficiencies into play. From a role structure perspective, my position is getting the partnerships established. So working with the different departments as we have so far, figuring out what you're doing today, what pieces of our program would be a good fit. We do have the Sourcewell Purchasing Cooperative Award, so you can piggyback off all of the different pieces of our program. But at the end of the day, designing the vehicle strategy, the financial structure, working with you all from a commission standpoint, contracts, getting the partnership established. From there, I have local account teams. I'm out of the Kansas City office. I cover the whole state of Kansas and about half of Missouri. As soon as the partnership goes live, we have local client strategy managers that would take over me. That person would be out here typically about 4 or 5 times per year. In one of those meetings, we would do an annual client review and look back at the last budget year. The second and third meetings are, the first would be right about now, planning for our 2026 budget or the following budget year, and really the next 12 to 24 months of what your vehicle needs are. So the core piece from a role structure standpoint is my job is really starting a partnership that's very relationship based. We have many entities in the area that we partner with, and all of them will tell you that we're there on a regular basis, and it's a very relationship type structure. From a flexibility standpoint, every entity partners with us a little bit different, both strategically and operationally. So to give you a couple examples of this, I partner with Cherokee County, Crawford County, Johnson County, Shawnee County. With a few of these entities, they only use us for the vehicle side. So purchasing, upfitting, funding, and resale. Quick I just saw they were here. City of Spring Hill, Jackson County, Missouri. I just partnered with Neodeshe. So with these entities, they use us for that vehicle side, but they also use us for maintenance, for fuel. Some use our telematics. So all of those different offerings that we have are customized around the department, and share side might look a little different than Mr. West side on the road and bridge side. So very customized and very flexible, and things will change over the years, of course. Same goes for the vehicle strategy and how we implement this program over the years. Jackson County on the Missouri side, I rotated out majority of their fleet day one right out of the gate. City of Salina, we did a 3-year implementation. Cherokee County, we're doing a 5-year implementation. So we're working with them around their budgets and the time that we're in and the vehicle needs and all those different pieces on how we implement that over the years. Whether we get very aggressive or very streamlined, it's just a lot of flexibility. Okay. Last piece before I dive in a little bit. Typically, the biggest area of opportunity in the government space is reducing the budget, doing more with less, and getting in and out of the vehicles at the right time. So to give you an example of this, a lot of our entities over the past 5 years in the government space have rotated some of their vehicles out at a 12-month term, okay? I do the unified government, for example, and back a few years ago, I was buying an F-250 for about $32,000. Funding that vehicle through our equity lease model that's built into the analysis that we put together, we funded that vehicle from 32 down to a remaining balance of $25,000, and then we were selling that vehicle for about $50,000. They took that equity from the sale of the vehicles on the front end, and then once we started selling the enterprise vehicles, they took that equity and they rolled that into the equipment reserve fund and paid for the next vehicle and the next vehicle and so forth. So through leveraging that was the lowest cost of ownership because it was actually a profitable budget in that scenario, which is not always going to be the case. And many of our vehicles are ran 36 to 60 months or longer at this point in time. But that philosophy of getting out of the vehicle, leveraging the strong buying power on the front end, the resale abilities, in many cases, low mileage patterns, and then getting out of the vehicles at the right time. That's really our bread and butter, and it works very well in the government space. Any questions so far on what we've covered?
I think with our vehicle fleet, the immediate need for vehicles as far as aging, but the rest of the vehicles are in pretty good shape. Some of them are quite new. I think a 2 to 3 year integration into this is something that we would look at instead of just flipping the whole fleet over all at once is what we're looking at. He was talking about upfit and everything, and I don't mean to get ahead of yet, but with our newer fleet, other than the exception of three of the 5 that we need right now, with the exception of those, we can actually roll that equipment because it's newer equipment and it's been updated, and we can roll that so our upfit would be considerable amount less. And then, but there is also a couple of them that the equipment would not transfer over, and we would have the upfit charge in that. But I don't see he put a in the budget. The budget. Sorry. In the budget model, he put. Sorry. In the budget model, he put kind of a high number in there for upfitting, and I looked at it and said, "Whoa, this way too high." But those are numbers that we can work on. Go ahead.
Yeah, absolutely. And that was just kind of worst case scenario. But I think that brings us into the acquisition side of this. From a purchasing standpoint, we essentially have any way you could imagine purchasing a vehicle. We have a solution for it. So we do have the largest used inventory in the country. We have all of our fleet management vehicles that are coming off lease, and we also have all of our rental cars that are available. Don't typically recommend that, especially in today's times, but we'll always have used vehicles available. We also have the largest dealership network in the country. Last year, we bought from 15,000 dealerships. So we deliver our vehicles, we buy from dealers, we have maintenance providers, we have warranty work, rental cars, etc. So with both of those two options, if there's a growth opportunity, or if we hit a deer or an engine blows, we can go out of that stock and pull immediately. About 95% of our vehicles are ordered direct from the manufacturers. So we sit down, as we've done with the current vehicles, and we spec these units out exactly as the team needs them. We have every make, every model, every option, every feature, and we customize these vehicles exactly as they need. We'll certainly bring recommendations. We'll certainly bring manufacturer recommendations, but at the end of the day, the team is in full control of what types of vehicles they are doing. So once we order that vehicle, we'll deliver it to the aftermarket vendor, whether it's Serve for the sheriff's side, or it's a Knapheide or an auto truck or an American Equipment or Kansas truck. We'll deliver that vehicle to the upfitter. We'll get it upfitted and then delivered to you ready to go. If there's a scenario where we can transfer equipment, we always recommend you transfer the equipment. There's always a cost savings in that scenario. And many times we'll actually get out of the vehicle earlier than anticipated, so that we can transfer that equipment if there's a potential model change or whatever that looks like. But through us handling that process of getting the equipment transferred or getting that vehicle upfitted, you all don't start paying for that vehicle until after it is delivered. So if we order it today and it delivers 9 months in the budget year, you don't start paying until after that unit is delivered. So again, on the acquisition front, any way that you can imagine buying a vehicle, we have a solution for it. As we drop that new vehicle off, we will pick up the replacement county-owned vehicle and sell that vehicle on your behalf. Or, of course, the enterprise vehicle down the road, we will sell those units on your behalf. When we sell our vehicles, about 15%, to give you an idea, the average age today is 2009 on the road and bridge side. The average model is. So a lot of those vehicles would go through our auction channel with our Manheim Enterprise auctions. About 85% of our vehicles are being sold direct to our wholesale and franchise buyers that purchase over 1 million rental cars and fleet management vehicles every single year. We typically sell those vehicles about 10 to 15% above commercial value index or auction value. So we're selling them well, we're handling the logistics, but equally as important, in my opinion, is we're analyzing when's the right time to get out of that specific unit. So from there, as we put those two components together, the buying power, the resale abilities, then we figure out how do you want to pay for these vehicles. We have a net lease option. I do not recommend that to my government entities, more of a retail or a commercial type lease. There's fees, penalties, et cetera, but we do have it available. There is a self-fund model. This model allows you to pay cash for the vehicles. We do leave it on our books for a $1 balance as we're handling all of the license and titling, the registrations, renewals. And then once we go and sell that vehicle, we have title. You get 100% of that equity less the $1. Very few of my government entities do this, but we do have the option available. Or a hybrid, you can roll as much equity as you like or put a down payment down to reduce the interest expense. Majority of our government clients are leveraging the equity lease model that I mentioned. All this is a bank finance down to a remaining balance. And then when we sell that vehicle, you get the equity. There is no fees for over mileage, wear and tear, early termination. It's all based around the equity of the vehicle. So if we keep it really nice, we have lower mileage, it's going to sell for more, you're going to get more equity. We beat the heck out of it, put higher mileage on, it's going to sell for less equity. But that's all, when my team's out here on a quarterly basis, that's what we're analyzing on a regular basis. And we are also uber conservative, and we're going to make sure that what we're telling you is conservative. When we go to sell that vehicle, it's almost always going to sell for more. So financially, again, each option, net lease, equity lease, self-fund, any way that you can imagine paying for these vehicles, we have that solution available. And that's where we'll work with you all and the team from a budget standpoint to always do what's right every single year. Again, some of our entities are rolling equity. Some of our entities are taking that check and putting that into the equipment reserve fund. So a lot of different financial conversations that we can bring into play there. Operationally, we have programs for maintenance. We have you're outsourcing to the Harlow Oil here in town for the most part.
It's where we get fuel, tires, and brakes. But we use other,
So from that perspective, that's one option. So some of our entities, as I mentioned, keep us out of the maintenance side completely. For example, I mentioned the unified government, they have a maintenance facility, right? So they keep us out of it completely. You guys can absolutely continue to do so. Sometimes the road and bridge side will outsource, or we'll keep it in-house, and then the sheriff side will outsource through our programs. Either way you guys can keep us out of it completely. We have two different programs. We have a maintenance management program. There's a pay-as-you-go type structure. We go to Harlow, or we go to the local vendor dealership. We've got a massive infrastructure of shops. I take my vehicle in, I give them the maintenance card or the mobile app. That shop works with our ASE certified technicians. We make sure it's the right maintenance, right interval. We have negotiated pricing, and then we pay the bill wherever they go. So you all would have one monthly consolidated bill for that given department. From there, that information flows into our system and our tool. So as my team's coming out on our quarterly reviews, we're leveraging that hard data to show you for that 2000 model year vehicle, this is truly what you're spending, and this is why we're recommending you do this. So we're leveraging that hard data to bring that to life for you so that you all can make good decisions. That program can also be applied to all of the emergency response vehicles as well. Our full maintenance program does not apply to the emergency response full out pursuit vehicles, but it would apply to everything else. This is for the enterprise vehicles that arrive. We'll customize that around that specific vehicle, the mileage pattern, the holding pattern. It's fixed, it's budgeted for all preventative, all non-preventative. We can include brakes and tires as well, but it's fixed for the duration of the term. So keep us out of it, pay as you go for the existing fleet and the emergency response vehicles, fixed and budgeted for the new enterprise vehicles. With all of that, everybody's if you're on those programs, they all operate exactly the same. The drivers don't know the difference between the pay as you go or the fixed and budgeted. Last couple things real quick. We do have a fuel program through WEX. You can keep us out of it again on the fuel side, but with WEX, we can use Harlow Oil. We can use the local stations. per Sourcewell, the cards are free. There's no monthly cost, no upfront cost. 5 cents per gallon discount at Phillips Conoco locations. There's edge rebates. With this, when I'm the driver, I put in my employee code or my employee PIN. I put in the odometer that flows into our system. So now we know what you're spending from a maintenance standpoint. Our fuel program speaks to the maintenance, sends the team alerts for maintenance intervals. And again, the more of that data that we're collecting, the better the recommendations that we're bringing to your table. We also have programs for telematics, for insurance, but from a big picture standpoint, the maintenance and fuel is really what we've discussed so far. Any questions on the operational side or the vehicle side?
I don't have any.
So what we put together in the budget model that Sheriff mentioned and that we provided in the fleet synopsis, there's.
Was that given to us?
I didn't send it to him.
Okay. So, well, just from a big picture standpoint then, and I'll make sure we send that out. There
Would
would.
you like to share it to the TV and we can turn it toward the commissioners if you'd like?
Try. Buying me some time. I appreciate it. Said airtime.
It is airtime.
I don't know.
Yeah, it's not.
So
I think I have to be on your Wi-Fi. Well, I can just kind of walk through the big pieces, then we'll send this all out to you. So on the sheriff's side,
if you want the Wi-Fi, it's Linn County is transfer.
let's see here if I can get it real quick. Linn County Public. You said.
Maybe.
Well, not having much luck.
I'm not surprised.
Well, from a big picture standpoint, what we looked at with the sheriff's side, we took the vehicles that they're operating today, and then we built out the replacement units. In the budget model, again, I'll send this all out to you, but there was 12 vehicles that we looked at from a budget standpoint, and still working through this to make sure it fits perfectly. But for the 25-26 budget year, I know there's a couple vehicles that are incoming as well. We took that, we built the units out together, and then we put them into a budget model. So there was 4 different types of vehicles that we looked at: the Ford Police Interceptor Utility, the Silverado 1500, Traverse and Expedition, the different quantities. We've got these set up for the sheriff at 48 months, 20,000 miles. And then we analyzed it and took the equity. So there's about 133,000 very conservatively in those 12 replacement vehicles. And then from a capital outlay standpoint, those 12 units would be about $155,000 for a full budget year. So if we did order those for this budget year, we would only have a few months of payments this budget year, but then next year we would have the full $155,000. There is a pretty heavy aftermarket equipment expense because we estimated that on every single vehicle. So that's where we'll work together to figure out what equipment will transfer, and that number number should be significantly less, as a lot of that equipment will transfer into the next units. We took that same, and this is just so you know, when I send that over, these are all of the vehicles and then the replacement vehicles that we built out together from a strategy perspective. We did the same exact exercise for the road and bridge side. Their average age is 2009, so pretty aged from an overall fleet standpoint. We built those vehicles out. There was quite a few more. There was 9 different vehicle classes and vehicle types that we worked through, and there was a total of 29 units that would fall into our replacement category. Again, as I mentioned before, we do not have to do 29 vehicles. We know that's an aggressive approach, considering what we've done, but that was our replacement criteria. In those 29 vehicles, there was roughly $144,000 in equity. Again, some of the older vehicles in the fleet. The capital outlay for the full 12 months was $323,000, and then we're working through the equipment and the upfitting on each of those vehicles. That would be a separate cost. So with all of this, the one thing to consider, and with the road and bridge side, I have those set up at 36 and 60-month terms with the option to get out early. But as these vehicles are sold on the back end, the equity is yours. So that's what we're analyzing it every single year. And if there's an opportunity to get out early, capitalize on the equity and reduce the cost moving forward, that's what we're looking at every single year with each of the departments. So I know that's a lot of numbers there, and it's simplified out on the fleet synopsis packet, so I'll make sure to send you all that. But just wanted to kind of walk through a high-level overview of what we've done as a team so far, built the vehicles together. It's truly their need. They're customized around what the team is needing.
Okay, so on the sheriff's side, that's replacing 12 vehicles?
Yes, sir.
And it's 155,000, and that's going to be kind of the recurring fee per year?
Correct. Right now, we have 155,000 budgeted in capital outlay. That replaces 2 vehicles per year. Is what that replaces.
At 150?
Yes.
It's a lot of
Yeah. So right now, we're running almost 70,000 a unit to completely upfit cars. Currently, we have 4. Currently, we have 4 that the fitting that's in them is not going to transfer. There's 2 Chargers, there's 2 Durangos, there's the parts we're going strictly to Ford Explorer, and the units that have been built in the past with the Chargers, they were KHP cars, the equipment's used, and they don't transfer over. The Durangos, they were used equipment from back before I started and been modified.
150,000, where does that fall into the range of the last few years? Has that been an ongoing?
Yeah.
Just
There is
150?
just a few, it's a few thousand difference in the
For how
last,
many years? I mean.
well, probably the last 3.
3?
Yeah. Yeah. When cars after COVID, took a jump, that's when we really started seeing,
Do you see any price and it decreasing now in the price of cars any? I mean, the other vehicles have some. I just wondered like yours.
No.
Seeing that,
We have not seen.
no
It's-
rebates.
It's been the same straight across. And we've been getting the cars from the upfitter and from the dealership. And we've checked their numbers with Oliva Ford. We've checked their numbers with Shawnee Mission, and they're within pennies of each other. Every one of them. It was within pennies. So it's pretty. Yeah, they're all coming with a government contract, but it's pretty much who you want to pick for your upfitter. I mean, we've got some really great upfitters, and we've had some really not so great upfitters, and the not so great upfitters were ourselves.
So currently, like, we took out the middleman, we go to a place called Service. because they are a distributor and an upfitter, so we don't have to source the car and then source the upfitter. He does all kind of one-stop shop.
We work with all of these vendors on a daily basis and have very strong relationships with each of them. One other piece from a budget perspective, this does not take in consideration that through implementing a newer, more efficient fleet of vehicles, the operating budget with your maintenance and fuel will come down. And then this also doesn't take into consideration the equity once we sell the enterprise vehicles in 3, 4, 5 years.
Where do you project your operating costs to go down?
Significant.
How much? I mean, what are you talking in a year? Or just
And what the equity is that we get back from the vehicles that we can keep rolling them into. So he's saying roughly about 154,000 on those units is what we're spending on the 12 units. I mean, 12 are over exaggerating what we need right now. That's a high number. And
so we could cut that number down
absolutely.
considerably.
Yeah, absolutely. But if that's all that we're paying on those units, even take the equity out, that's all that we're paying on those units. We've now just got 12 vehicles for the price of 2, and we're farther down the road. My only concern is what I've caught in him saying differently is, we budget these things out for 4 years and 20,000 miles. We're running 20 to 30,000 miles in a year. So that's my concern, is we need to get those kind of numbers adjusted to where they're more in reality.
That was annual.
That was the annual
20,000
miles a year. Okay.
Year to 80.
Okay. Well, if we can just fine tune this thing so there's no surprises, and we sit there and say, well, this car, but he also did say that there's no penalty for going over in mileage either. So,
But it'll be worth less.
Just be
it will be worthless, yes. A couple of our people,
And also the maintenance part of that. Right now, if we get rid of 36 months or 48 months, we're staying within the warranty period. Where now, much of our fleet's outside the warranty period, and we're replacing motors and transmissions and rear ends and things like that on a really regular basis. Well, if we keep those cars in that warranty basis, that time period, we're not gonna have those big maintenance costs.
the only thing we should have would be a tire and fuel.
What kind of warranty is on these cars? This is
Whatever the manufacturer warranty is. for
3 years, 36,000.
3 or 36.
And 100,000 drivetrain, typically, is what has always been on them.
And all of that's passed through. For example, on the Silver, 6 out of the 12 vehicles could fall into our full maintenance program, where we would fix the cost in full. So you would know all of your preventative and all of your non-preventative for 80,000 miles, 100,000 miles, whatever we structured it to. All of that would be fixed and budgeted if you wanted that program. But the warranties are all passed through. And as the team mentioned, majority would be under
above
warranty.
the 150,000. I mean, the warranty's above the 150 or.
Ours goes up to 100,000 miles.
Yeah, but I mean, on the cost. We got
Maybe the cost
150
for the warranty.
Yes, our full maintenance program
is extra.
is extra.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
But
Yes,
it's
sir.
not, we don't have to do that.
Right.
Yes, correct. But that also covers all the oil changes, the air filters, the tire rotations, everything all encompassing would be factored into that. But yes, that is an
I believe
additional.
that's geared probably more towards a higher based people that have more vehicles that don't do their own maintenance or limited to maintenance. Yeah, so we can get those numbers sent over to you, let you guys look over them, and
When are you looking for an answer?
no, we're not. We're just, we're going through this together. So, I mean,
How are you feeling about it right now? You know more than I do. So what's your,
So my
where's your
concern,
thing?
well, my thing is not turning over the whole fleet all at once. And if he can provide me with 12 vehicles for the same price that I'm paying for 2, and that we have to pay for, and then we have to run those things for as long as we can and get $1,500 at the auction when they're done, because they're literally just worn out. I mean, if we don't have to do that, that's my biggest thing. And when we don't have to do that and we still get equity in the end, even if we get $10, equity towards the new car, we're still saving money. But I wish we were in the program to know what our needs were, when farther down the line, it's the unforeseen of, is this going to be a great fit for us? I would hate to turn my whole fleet over and say, this just isn't working for us. And, then I got to say, hey guys, I'm sorry we got into this, but I now need 12 vehicles and we have to charge taxes. Yeah, we have to raise taxes to get 12 vehicles. So at the same time, if we decide to go this way and see how the first 6 units do, the first 8 units or whatever, we see how they do, and we can sit back in a year and say, man, this was a great idea. That's more what I'm geared towards rather than flipping a whole fleet.
How long do you feel that they keep these leased vehicles? What's your idea on how many years do you think you'll want to roll them over?
If I was going to retain them, and this is my feeling all the way through, whether we lease vehicles or whether we not, 3 years, 100,000. 3 years, 100,000, they have value still to them. Another department will pick them up, run them for another 100,000, things like that. That's my general consensus. When you jump over 3 years and 100,000 miles, they just tank. I mean,
Wouldn't you be informing us?
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
And so the other piece of this is there's full out pursuit vehicles, and then there's Silverados, the Traverse, the different non-pursuit units, and a lot of those vehicles can actually be rotated earlier. And we're tracking that mileage, so every year you're gonna have access to that on your website, and then my team's coming out and informing you of, hey, the market's really strong as it has been, or hey, the market went down, we need to run them a little bit longer. And through our guidance of that's what we bring to the table is that information.
If we was to do 12, sorry.
No, I was, go ahead.
If we was to do 12, then where's the money come from the other? I mean, we're at the same dollar figure roughly. But from 12 to the whatever, how many ever vehicles you got, that'll be over and above budgeted to replace them. Or
I can
we're spending 150,000 a year now, right? That's what you're saying on 2.
correct. On 2 units.
If we flip 12 over, is my question. We flip 12
Mhm.
and we're at the 150. What about the rest? Then where's that put our budget?
Well, we would be back at the other rest of the units. We'd be back at 150 if we were to turn those over, but they wouldn't be ready to turn over. And we could do 2 the next year and 2 the next year and 2 the next year. And because we've got relatively newer vehicles in half the fleet, you think? Yeah.
So we have 27 vehicles.
27. So that puts you at a 13.5 year cycle pattern. And there's very rare do we get to a 13-year cycle pattern with any sheriff's office or any police office whatsoever. Given the mileage patterns, it's not really attainable and that if it's truly 150,000, that's a very light budget for 27 vehicles just in general. To answer your question slightly different, most all of my entities, I bring the recommendation to the commissioners, to the council, and say, hey, we have to very quickly, your budget's going to go higher than $150,000, to your point. And I agree with you. Now, if we stick with 12 vehicles, no, it will not. It will be 100.
But we have to replace the others.
Correct. So what do we do with those other 12? I would make the argument that we're still in a hell of a lot better spot than just buying 2 vehicles a year. But at the same time, I do understand what you were saying. Where most of my entities go is they set that equipment reserve fund so that when I sell those vehicles and I put that $150,000 of equity into that pot, then they leverage that to offset the budget, the additional budget cost or that budget cost. And then instead of having 150 this year, maybe next year we have 300 because we had 0 budget dollars here. In addition, your fuel cost is going to come down typically we see about a 20% increase in fuel economy. Your maintenance is going to come down drastically, as we've already discussed. So those operating budgets have to be taken into consideration. Because if we're just looking at all things equal, you're right, you're going to spend far more with 27 brand new vehicles than simply buying 2 vehicles per year. But then over the next 4 years, as we implement this, and again, that's why we're bringing that information to your table each quarter and each year to help you prepare the budget. And this is just the tip of the iceberg, whether you do 2 vehicles, 10 vehicles, 20 vehicles, that's whatever you guys land on. But what I assure you of is my team, as long as the team's open to it, my team will be here every single quarter and bringing that to your plate. So once we're 3 years, 4 years, 5 years, then we start selling those enterprise vehicles and we start replenishing that equipment reserve fund with the enterprise equity. So over the next few years, we've got 27 vehicles. We sell those vehicles off, and then the enterprise equity starts to come in and offset our cost moving forward there. So I'm not going to tell you that you're going to have a $150,000 budget for the rest of the time. I will assure you that's not the case. And what I will also assure you is whatever 5 years ago looked like, it is a heck of a lot different today. Right? We didn't know COVID was going to happen. We didn't know cost of vehicles were going to go up $20,000 a unit. We didn't know maintenance was going to skyrocket. But we analyzed that for our clients every single quarter, and we brought that to their
You went
attention.
to an unprecedented time of what a used vehicle was worth.
It was amazing. And what I will tell you, I'll give you a perfect example. City of Salina, we did a 3-year implementation, and they started pre-COVID. Well, they didn't care that it took a year for their vehicles to come in because they had 150 brand new vehicles by the time it got really bad. So they were in a position to where we could sell them to you guys or whoever, and they would pay an unbelievable amount for a used vehicle. And then we just brought in a brand new one. Right. So that's where having our team there for you, again, you're in full control. You can do exactly what you're doing today, but we want to bring as much resources to your plate and have that partnership type relationship to where we can help you at every given point. And in addition, there's a huge opportunity given the age of what I consider the white fleet side with the road and bridge, the appraiser, the assessor, et cetera. There's a lot of opportunity on that side, given we're at a average age of 2009, there's a need as well, I can assure you, on that side.
So can we get some estimates on kind of what we're thinking the maintenance budget will go down?
So I think we're at 55 right now, 55,000 for our maintenance budget. I can run some numbers, see what we use for tires and general maintenance, oil changes. And
It's going to continue.
Just in a projection of what we think the maintenance might go down, just to give us an idea, you know.
I'm gonna say that I could cut it, I could say it could cut it in half.
Okay.
That's what I was thinking. Are you first year wanting to do like 6, 4? What were you thinking?
Immediate need would probably be looking at I'd have to go back and look at his numbers, but I'm gonna say it's gonna be 10 in the first year.
10?
If I was gonna ask for 10, I'd say that there's gonna be 10 in the first year, and that would cut out most all of the old vehicles that are worth nothing.
Can you get a specific?
That are going to be a
10?
maintenance monster.
I already have it prepared. It's ready to go. I have 12, so we would just have to take out whatever 2 Sheriff wanted me to remove. The other piece is that's for 26 budget year. You're thinking 10. If we could intercept those other 2 and take that 150,000, that would give us 300,000.
That's counting the 2 that we're having built right now.
Okay.
In that 12.
Gotcha.
In that 12.
And you'll pay for them this
Nope,
year?
we have not paid for those.
But
They are
this
being
year.
built at this time.
And I can buy those from Serve if you guys want.
Right, they can intercept the bill. But- So, yeah,
So are you wanting to do this budget cycle, or you want to wait till the next one, or what were you guys thinking?
that's why we're here.
And we are at a unique time from a manufacturer standpoint. So I did everything based on 25. Actually, the Traverse was 26. So if we miss the 25 model year vehicles, which it's going to be a short in between, if you will, this year, but the 26, you wouldn't start paying until, so if we ordered them today and I delivered them January of 26, you wouldn't start paying until that point in time.
Is that what you're kind of thinking?
Okay, so 2 that are already being built.
2 that are being built.
That's for 2025. 2026, we would be doing another 10.
So right now, if we went with enterprise, yes.
Okay.
But right now, we're just doing with what we can do every year that we can do, that we can do it.
So we wouldn't necessarily do 10. It would be what could fit into the budget would.
Yeah, that's perfect.
Okay.
If, with us, if we intercepted those two or not, we're looking at under 150 for next budget year.
Okay.
For the 10.
And then what are you projecting out further?
Projecting out further,
So-
after that initial draw, I would let us know when we need to get rid of the next group of vehicles.
Okay.
Because at the next group of vehicles, we're sitting with the rest of our fleet, we're sitting really good. I mean, as far as
Could you
mileage,
tell us the
years,
cost projection of where we're at with our vehicles, with the mileage of where it's gonna go to? I mean, I realize you don't know the cost of the vehicles, but where we'll go
In future years.
future years, how fast it's gonna rise. I mean, you know,
Sure.
give us an idea.
And that's absolutely, and we have the model. Most of the vehicles are pretty similar with those 4 different vehicle classes that we have in here. So we can certainly make projections. And the one variable that I would need to update would be the equity as depreciated out over the years. And if we can keep that equity into the equipment reserve fund and reduce the cost moving forward with that equity. But absolutely, we pretty much have that done with just have to customize.
Even with the extra vehicles we have in our fleet too.
Correct. And I know I believe there's some growth potentially need wise. And then we do have a few new, like Sheriff said, we have some newer vehicles in the fleet. So it'd just be when we replace those units.
Does that have any other questions?
No.
Are you guys familiar with the WEX cards? Do you guys want to go that direction?
I don't know. I mean, as far as a fuel card standpoint, my feeling is I don't have any problem with that. It tracks our mileage. You know, we can get signed up if we can get our gas station signed up. That's great. As far as the maintenance part of it, and no disrespect to you, but I don't want Enterprise negotiating Harlow's price on an oil change. So I wouldn't go with the maintenance program as far as that goes. You know, I think Harlow's and everybody else is real fair to us as far as maintenance
Does the
goes.
fuel card bother you to like come in for someplace and you need fuel? I mean, is it transfer every gas station we have?
I've been to just about every pump in Kansas.
Okay.
I'm familiar with it. I like it.
Okay. But yeah, I wouldn't have any problem with that. And it keeps track of our mileage and things like that. We can go online, see where that deputy is that worked night shift for the last 6 months and see where his car is at and see if, you know, if he needs an oil change or, you know, anything like that. So, and it'll send us alerts too that we need oil change, things like that. But I don't know, it's the oil change side of it. Personal opinion, I'd like to keep it out of Enterprise.
No problem.
Tires, we give them on a government contract. I'd like to keep it out of Enterprise.
What about the WEX cards? No cost, right?
No cost, no upfront cost, no monthly cost, discount program, edge rebate program. We can put it on the entire county, on any vehicle in the entire county. We'll give you as many cards as you want. If there's
Can you get us
spares,
any
equipment.
extra information on that?
Of course.
Yes. Thank you. I'm happy with everything
Okay.
that's been said. I think
So
it's a great
we'll
program.
send you the numbers, let you look over them. And then once you guys look over them and we'll get another, we're set to meet again. 2 weeks, what, 3?
First at 11.
The 31st.
31st, okay. Yeah, if you guys have some questions or anything like that, let's get together and
You'll send us the information.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Do you want me to send that direct to you or just?
Send it to her
Danielle.
and she can get it.
Perfect.
Thank you.
yeah, all right.
Good. Thank you
Ben.
guys.
Yeah.
So much for your time.
Thanks, Ken.
Meet you.
Very nice to meet you.
Did you guys have questions from the public works side on that?
I know the numbers, we need to see the numbers on the different types of vehicles so we can look at mechanics vehicles, bucket truck, see what fit the program and do. So when we get to that point, we'll have more questions.
We'll just
And
keep
there are appraiser vehicles in there, just a few of them. So.
going to the podium or?
Yeah, that's where it was. Yep.
We'll move on to
Do
the
you want to
KNRC.
meet with him before the 31st? Oh, okay. I didn't hear you say the date.
Yeah, I can absolutely
Okay.
meet with them. And we built out all of the road and bridge side.
Okay.
That we built 29 vehicles, but there's a lot of some that have $50,000 to $100,000 piece of equipment on the back. So
Hopefully, yeah, we won't. Hopefully, we'll be on time in 2 weeks, so we can discuss public works a little bit more.
I appreciate it.
Thanks. Have a good day.
You as well.
Hi. Sorry about that.
State your name and who you're with, please.
Tracy Barton with Kansas Natural Resource Coalition. We have a handout if it's okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
So I am here as a follow-up. Commissioner Johnson attended our annual policy meeting in December. And so I just want to tell you a little bit about who we are, the problems that we solve for counties, and invite your membership. So in the in the world that we're living in with the transition in the administration, we're coming out of an administration that had issued an executive order for 30 by 30, Biden's plans to conserve or control 30% of the U.S. lands and waters by the year 2030. And even though President Trump has rescinded that order, that language has baked down into all of the agencies. For example, we just provided testimony as an organization to the state legislature 3 weeks ago for a $60 million conservation fund that would benefit non-NGOs with very little oversight. So it was taxation without representation. But also in our testimony, we pointed out that the definition of conservation has changed. Before 2022, conservation was defined as making the land productive and producing crops. In 2022, the Inflation Reduction Act changed the definition to be about climate change and about controlling cattle emissions and biodiversity. And so when the Inflation Reduction Act was passed, that definition was conveyed to and adopted by all the conservation efforts in the government. So when you hear conservation, our mind wants to go to the old definition from 1985, when in reality the 2022 definition is in play. So what we do as an organization, we monitor the federal government and its agencies for overreach when it relates to the human environment, natural resources, and land use. And so an example of some things that we have joined together, we currently have 32 members. So roughly a third of the county or the state of Kansas is a member of our organization. We currently have a lawsuit with Fish and Wildlife Service over the lesser prairie chicken listing, and it affects Western counties. So I don't know if you guys are as familiar with that. Commissioner Johnson probably is because he was at our meeting. But the lesser prairie chicken was listed as threatened in the state of Kansas. It covers a 5-state area: Kansas, Colorado, Oklahoma, Texas, and New Mexico. Unfortunately, the threatened status is supposed to be a flagging mechanism, but instead they have classified it with endangered and then invoked private property rights restrictions on landowners. For example, if you own land within that estimated occupied range of the lesser prairie chicken, you're restricted from putting up buildings, putting up fences. If you have cattle on that land, you're required by law, and to my knowledge, they're not enforcing it at this point, but anytime they could. If you have cattle on the land, you're required to file a grazing plan with an approved provider of the Fish and Wildlife Service at your own expense. And also, if you have non-tillable acres, you're restricted from converting them into tillable acres. For counties are restricted from spraying weeds, from grading their roads, from putting up EMS towers, from building fences or buildings, anything that would disrupt the habitat. And so we filed a lawsuit over the 4D rule. There's been lots of lawsuits. Ours is specific to 4D, and 4D is where the property rights restrictions have been applied. Last week, we submitted comments on the monarch butterfly, which also has a proposed listing. We submitted a 12-page paper for that. So what happens is Kansas Natural Resource Coalition, we monitor the Federal Register for updates from the agencies that would give us an alert to overreach when it relates to property rights. And then we engage on issues as defined by our board. So we're made up of only counties. We don't take any type of money or donation from any individual, strictly counties, and that makes up our entire budget. And then our board oversees and really makes the overall decision on what issues that we engage in. Some other issues that we've worked on are, I don't know if you followed anything with the Quivira National Wildlife Refuge. There's been a pushback on some water rights there. So what KNRC did as an organization, we developed policy, a water conservation policy for the counties. So far, 5 counties have adopted it. And then we're going to engage the federal government on a coordination effort. And so what a lot of the agencies don't follow is the NEPA. So NEPA is the National Environmental Policy Act, where Congress puts a provision in there for them. It says you shall coordinate with local government. But unfortunately, the federal government ignores that provision because they want to move forward with their initiative. So what's happening is they're out of balance with protecting wildlife and in considering the human environment, which the local government would give them a view on. So what happened with Quivira, so they were established in 1955. Land was donated by some farmers. It was in the middle of dry land. There was no water. And so they brought in bulldozers and made man-made water canals and diverted water from an intermittent flowing creek. And so because they filed water rights early in the game, they're considered senior water right holders. And so the rest of the farmers, they thought, oh, do we really need to file water rights? So they filed, ended up being later, putting them at a disadvantage. So Kansas Audubon Society sued Fish and Wildlife Service because they didn't feel like there was enough water in the refuge for the wildlife. And so that in turn, they circled back to the junior water right holders and said, you're going to have to reduce your water usage by 30%. And if you know anything about agriculture, 30% water reduction isn't going to allow you to produce the crops that you need to produce. So what KNRC did, as I mentioned, we developed policy, and then we're going to engage Fish and Wildlife Service in a coordination effort. So we're educating commissioners. I run into a lot of commissioners who say, we don't really feel like we have any authority when it comes to the federal government. And so according to home rule, which is what we operate under in Kansas, we're providing training, we're providing tools and resources so that you do have a voice. And as an organization that represents a third of the state, we're also giving you a collective voice. One of our former board members like to say, well, I can't take down the federal government alone, but 30 of us can. And so those are some examples of the work that we've done. We're constantly monitoring. We provide a quarterly newsletter or a webinar, and then we have an annual policy every December where we bring in speakers from across the nation we're watching trends coming over from the West into the overreach. I don't know if you remember Commissioner Johnson during our meeting in December, we had a speaker from Montana, and he's been tracking the sage-grouse issue, which covers, I don't remember if it's an 8 or 10 state area. And he put that up on the map and showed where the habitat was. And then behind it, he put up another map that showed the natural resources, and it matched exactly. So it kind of shows the intent behind some of the overreach that we're dealing with. What questions do you have?
Yes. I remember that. I went out to the meeting when we was at Wichita. Right. I sat part of it. I didn't stay for it all. What is the fees to join?
The fee is $5,000 a year.
$5,000 a year.
Yeah.
For the county.
Yeah, and I know that may sound like a high fee, but what it is, it all goes toward the monitoring of the Federal Register, goes toward my salary, and then when issues arise, like the monarch butterfly, we worked on the national interest transmission corridor last year. It goes to pulling policy experts together, developing substantive comments, educating the public record, and then defending it with lawsuits if needed. And the lawsuit that we have outgoing is actually being represented by Pacific Legal Foundation. So it's there's no charge to KNRC for that lawsuit, which is nice. We operate on a fairly lean budget. I work out at my home. I'm here from Larned. Our mailing address is Garden City, which is where our treasurer is located. And I'm the only non-commissioner in the group. So when we work with the federal government, we're considered a government to government relationship. We're not part of the public, and it's giving you a voice as a government entity.
Where are you with that's something that we will deal with, it's the EPA with the small meat processing plant. Where's that at?
Yeah, that's a good question. So we, last year, are you guys familiar? Are you all familiar with the EPA issue? Yeah. So we provided a 20-page paper with that last year. We worked with the Attorney General's office. They got 27 states to come into agreement with their comments. And I'm actually getting ready to send a letter to the new administration flagging that as an issue. Last I heard, that it was supposed to go into play in August of this year. So we've got a little bit of time, but we did go to DC on that issue last year, met with all of our legislators. We actually got in writing. We got it through the House to, in the Appropriations Committee, they included language that was going to pull that out and not fund that rule change. And then it got stripped out by the Senate. So we're definitely monitoring it. It's definitely a concern. So the implications of that would be, because of the cost for meat processors, it's going to affect the cattle industry. It's going to affect our food supply. It's going to increase the cost of meat. I think last year when I went to DC, I calculated out the total number of pounds of protein that it was going to take out of our food supply nationally, and it was between 7 and 9 million pounds of beef. What other questions do you have?
If we was to sign up, how long is it? Is it calendar year or?
It's a calendar year.
Calendar years.
Yeah.
Okay.
You want to review it for budget?
Hmm.
Do you want to review it for budget?
I would like to myself. What do you think? You interested?
I don't know.
Okay.
I guess.
Probably need to start a budget tab somewhere.
There is no other organization out there doing what we are doing. And while the administration is favorable toward property and land use, human environment issues, it's a really good chance for us to move that needle forward and hopefully get some lasting legislation in that continues to protect our property and our citizens of our counties.
Are the newsletters available via email or how does that work?
Yes, we are. We typically send them by email through the clerk. However, we're also in the process of putting together a texting program that would come directly to your phone with a link, just because every county commission meets differently, different timeframes, and there's a delay to get the information to you. And just like with the fund that we provided testimony for in January for or in February for the $60 million conservation fund, I put out an email to all of our members, but some of them didn't. Some people don't check their emails. I think the texting program will just make it a little bit smoother. So we're in the process of putting that in now.
Do you have Danielle's email?
I do.
Okay.
All right. Any other questions?
I don't have any other questions. Thanks
All
for
right.
coming in today.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for your time.
Okay. Yeah, we're behind
We'll go with Miss Paletta for first interview.
for the first interview.
She was
How long you want?
30.
30 minutes? Okay. Make a motion, we go in for interview for 30 minutes for county councilor interview.
I'll second it.
It's been moved and seconded. Any more discussion?
Rose, do you have something to give to us? Do you need to go in with us?
I asked Rose as an HR representative to sit in.
Sit in.
if you'd like.
Okay, so
Okay.
I would just like to add that Rose would be in the interview with us.
Ms. Pauletta and Rose and the three commissioners for 30 minutes. It's been moved and seconded.
Yes.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. There was no action from executive session. Make a motion to go back into executive session for 30 more minutes for another interview with Rose, the three commissioners, and Mr. Brown.
That was Chris.
Chris is his first name.
Chris, okay. And we'll come back at, I guess, 1:22. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay, that's my motion.
I'll second.
Been moved and seconded. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. No action from executive session. You have anything, Danielle?
I do. I would like 10 minutes of executive, non-elected.
No, we got that. We've got 25 minutes, I guess, don't we? Sean has 10 minutes. Non-elected. Danielle has 10 minutes non-elected. Chastity has 5 for trade secrets. I make a motion, we go into executive session for 25 minutes. Come out at 1:45.
I'll second.
It's been moved and seconded. Any more discussion?
All right.
All in favor, say aye.
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 You want to go first, Sean? Or do you want me to?
That was a
I just
thing.
put it in there during your executive. session. Actually, Sean
I was
printed
like,
it for you.
I have never even seen that.
There's no action from executive session. What else?
All that's left on the agenda, Commissioner, is to discuss job descriptions and the organizational flow chart of the county. I provided you with a wealth of knowledge in a folder all by itself. The SharePoint.
I've got it open.
I'm gonna share my screen.
Did you want me to make any recommendations before I went back?
No. I believe we have everything we need to finalize that. I just don't think that we're gonna do job descriptions first and then jump back to it.
Okay. I'll be in my office.
Okay, thank you.
What now?
Well, I'm trying to share the screen. All right, so let me get into the flow charts. I can't remember. I thought I had these open. All right, which ones do you guys want to go through first?
You start where you want as far as I'm concerned. What do you, that suits you?
Does.
Um,
Yes,
Okay.
everything in this one is accurate except for Sean's public works, and that's in a document by itself.
So Pub Works needs to be added to this, though.
It's in here, it's just inaccurate. Sean
another-
gave us an updated document that's a separate attachment. in the
It's,
org chart.
it has its own supplement.
Correct.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm seeing it now. Sorry. Okay, so economic development. Do we have the current job description for her without salary?
What I have for her is the job listing. Let me go find that for you.
I don't see it in. Am I in the wrong spot for that?
No, you're in the right spot. I didn't add it.
Oh, okay.
I'm getting it now. Sorry about that. If you want to start with one of the elected officials that are in there, you can.
Like a commissioners, or well, none of those are elected.
Okay, I think we need HR to come up with some revisions and things of that nature that we're accepting rather than us trying to write out job descriptions.
You think, come up with the description of the job itself through HR, what it actually
Entails.
now. And then let us look and see what it,
You know, is that Danielle?
That is something we can do. I don't.
It'll be a complicated and I understand that. I know that there'll be
Okay, so she
That
put
it'll
together
take-
all these flow charts
Right.
for us, though.
Right.
Correct? Okay.
Yep.
So I appreciate the flow charts. Thank you very much. This looks like it took a lot of time, and that's what I was kind of looking for. So if we look at the flow charts, can we agree that they're correct? Have you guys looked through all those? If you look at the commissioners,
The commissioners are correct.
do you just want to have a line to county counselor added?
county councilors right there beside it.
I know, but can you add just a line over?
When we do that, it looks like you're sharing the responsibilities of all the reporting departments as well.
Hmm.
They are just there to assist us.
The counselor's there for us and for any department that we
Direct them.
direct them to take care of, right?
Yes.
That's the way I look at it. We ought to be in charge of where the counselor, who the counselor works for. He isn't there for everybody
To just call.
to call on.
Right.
You good with that?
Yeah, I've already told her that.
The development
Economic development, nothing is under her.
as of right now,
As far as employees.
employees, she has none.
Right. Okay, health department.
Health department, and I think
She's got 5 under her, and I mean, to
Yep.
me, it looks correct, but I have no issues.
I
with it.
agree.
All right, let's skip public works and go to IT. IT director,
So the next one down after is GIS. Are you just gonna?
looking at this flow chart.
she's looking different than you're looking.
What are you looking at?
I'm just going down what was given to us on our computers.
Oh,
Because there's so many people.
We're still at the
that are
top.
under that.
well, hold on. You're going so fast through there.
I'm just scrolling.
I just
down
clicked
through.
on the March 2025 organizational chart.
Yes, that's where I'm at.
It's written on the back of the.
And then if we just scroll down through there, we can go through them and have them directly in front of us so we can look at them and agree on them instead of having to try to jump around.
One more page down. There it is.
So,
So
right?
commissioners, yeah.
Health department, appraiser.
You went to the health department, okay. So then we
and
go back
appraiser.
and
And
So-
now, no, just go back down, just scroll down. The next one's appraiser.
Is
I see
this
what you're saying. I need to add them to.
is this telling us
But all I'm
what?
saying is appraiser up here in the top one.
I just want to
Appraiser
say,
isn't
I
here.
needed to add appraisers to that page though.
You need to put appraiser on this page.
It's right there.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, but if you go to the appraisers page, there's GIS mapping under Linn County Commission, and that's not the way it is currently. He's under Public Works. But we wanted to change that, so that's why she put it that way, right?
Correct. I was under the impression that when Pam Cannon was here, she did everything of her own volition except getting her budget approved and doing the evaluations for GIS mapping were done by Sean.
So Jason, on page 1, what I'm saying is, if you, oops, wrong way. If you go to page 1, they only had appraiser and not GIS, but if you go to page 4,
Right.
they put under the commission, the GIS. Do you know what I'm saying? So we need to make a decision on where GIS mapping needs to fall.
I think it still needs to fall under public works. I think that our ability to do and properly do evaluations needs to be, we need to be as, we need as few of them as possible.
What about the appraiser?
The appraiser is based off of the PVC board, right?
We just hire them.
The Property Value Commission.
Okay. So
They have to approve them. We're not their boss.
do you feel like Jason and Carol should be evaluated by Sean or more of the appraiser?
GSA mapping does.
Well, I'm just saying, Sean doesn't know
But he works with them on a daily basis.
on a daily basis.
You don't think so?
I don't.
Okay.
I don't know. We could ask him. My understanding from Sean, and he can come out here if he'd like to correct me if I'm wrong, but I thought he was saying he rarely sees them.
I'm not saying he sees them, but their jobs intertwine at times, is what I'm saying. That was,
You're just trying to keep it from the commission doing evaluations. That's your main goal, right?
yeah, I don't think we do a very good job. Okay, I mean,
I'm
I say
fine with that.
we,
But I don't think that. I don't think.
so,
it should
so
be-
how are we going to, back to Jim's question,
Mhm.
how are we going to manage that employee? I don't feel like that is our job. I feel like our job is decision-making, setting the budget,
You go back, it's roads,
policy.
it's policy, the roads, the health department.
Right, but I mean,
No, I don't see that we should put them back under us either.
I'm fine with not putting them under the commission. I just have heard that Sean would like to move them. So I don't see,
so is that
The
something
reason-
we should have underneath the appraiser because they work so closely together?
it might be a discussion we'd have to have with Lisa first.
Right. I'm just, if it needs to be moved,
They're
I'm
in the
just
same
saying that,
building. I think that there's only 2 employees. It might be something Lisa would be willing to do. Maybe bring her in and ask her thoughts on it before we make a decision for moving GIS. I think our whole goal was try to move some of the responsibility off of Sean. He's got a ton of people that he's evaluating, and it's a lot of work. So just moving some of that away from him. You want to ask to see if Lisa can come in for comment next week, just like 10 minutes?
yep.
You okay with adding that, Lisa Kelsa? And it's to move evaluations director.
So Jason will still take care of the,
Carol? Oh,
yes,
yeah, that's what I was thinking.
okay.
Who is the appraiser supervisor?
PVC,
PVC, so they're over,
Property Evaluation Coalition or
so
Council.
they're over 5 of our.
PVD, thank you.
PVD.
Property Evaluation Department, thank you. PVC is a pipe.
Clarify. I didn't
You're
know the
welcome.
difference. You didn't have to
Check
call
in the mail.
yourself out, Jason.
Checked in the mail. Well,
So
I was pulling an acronym.
Jason Parker is still an appraiser, is that correct?
No,
He's not an appraiser, he's GIS.
Okay, well, it was on there, so I was just wondering.
Yeah, if you scroll up just a hair, it does say GIS Mapping Director Jason Parker. Oh, I see what you're
I
looking at.
know, but he's on the 4th appraiser.
Sure.
I don't know if that's correct.
I believe there is a new appraiser that is a female.
When they transferred him, I don't remember how that
Jessica
happened. He
Brad.
was working for the appraiser and then he went over to
Probably.
GIS mapping.
Grace Springer's not on here.
Yeah.
Okay, but regardless, Lisa or Dustin are still doing the evaluations on those 5 at the bottom.
Correct.
Not the supervisor from the state, right?
Right, he is supervising the office.
Okay.
He's doing leases. Right? Am I correct in
I
that?
don't know.
I don't know who the appraiser supervisor was. I don't know.
It's the PVD. When they come in, I know, but when they come in and talk to us and tell us we're out of compliance because we've
They're the
under.
supervisor, all of them, though. They're not just under these guys.
No, well, I'm not. I'm saying they are over Lisa, not over. Lisa's over those, right? That's
That's
what
what
I'm
I'd
saying.
say. That if that's the case, that shouldn't be in there. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
So we have a question on where that is at
Yeah.
on the flow chart?
We're wondering if maybe if they had one of them was a supervisor. over
Well, maybe
another.
when Lisa comes in next week, she can explain where she wants that to be on the
Okay.
flow chart.
Sure.
Was this the old?
Yes, the Public Works you're looking at here is the old one. They have a supplemental document that I've added to the SharePoint. And that's this one that I marked up for you.
I think I have the right one. Okay, so we have. This is not going to work. So Sean has 8 under Public Works. So Jesse,
Al, Mike.
well, are you guys in favor of keeping Jesse where he's at?
Well, I thought we put Jesse answered to us, right?
We did when we hired him.
That's
I feel
what
like
we
he
did.
should be separated from Sean. That's
What I think too. And then the road and the operators, then we had 2, actually 3, what we called them, whether shop foremans or leadman.
Right.
That was under him. Todd, Denny, and then I think
Mark Johnson.
Mark Johnston. Right?
Yep.
That's where that should go and then go down. So,
I think we need to talk to Jesse, make sure that and that's how I thought you guys hired him on. He was his own.
that is the way we hired him.
Yes.
And
I don't think he should be reporting to Sean on anything. I think that would take away a lot from Sean's duties.
that was our idea when we did
So
it.
they have certain things that they have to work together on,
For sure.
Right. But they're not.
but he's not a
superior
direct
to one
report.
another. Right.
I think some of the things he'll have to learn, well, maybe he already knows this. I might be speaking out of turn, but the budget side of things, I feel like Sean's always prepared those.
Right.
So that might be something we can go ahead and separate him out, but this year would be a good learning year for him to go over that with Sean and make sure he can do it from here on out. And then my only other.
Well, I think the way we set it up though at the time was for the maintenance of the road was Jesse's.
Correct.
The bridge inspections, the paperwork side of it was
Sean's,
including
the budget.
And
that they were
covering the
to
budget
work.
was Sean's.
They're supposed to work
Jesse was
together
full in charge of the maintenance
of the roads and those supervisors.
and the equipment. Mhm. Right?
Yes.
So what would that be changing on that job description?
All right, so would it be fair to change it looking like this then? To put Jesse and Sean
Yep.
parallel to each other and
Yep.
then they're reporting agencies and then they both report it to you.
Correct.
Yeah, there, Justin.
Yeah. Let's see, North Shop, and this would be,
yes,
that would be, I'm good with that.
I'm good with that. And again, this is just, I feel like we're going to make these changes, but then we'll also present it back to
us,
Jesse and
But we need
ourselves.
to make the changes and
Make the
look at it.
changes,
and then
look, evaluate it.
To evaluate it before it's
Just wanted to
final.
make sure because we've talked about this before. Just want to make sure that's what we're doing. So, the only other, I guess, solid waste.
Everything else stays the same as far as,
I personally would like to move the park to economic development.
Okay.
We've talked about this before, but I just feel like it's more of an economic development.
And all I'm saying is that we have a new economic development director and we're just going to continue to dump things in her lap so that she doesn't get anything moving.
I don't feel that she feels that way just because I've had conversation with her about taking the park on and implementing different things out there. I feel like it's something that's doable and it's something that she wants to do. So I hear what you're saying about just putting more responsibility on that position for her.
And I'm not saying that down the road that we don't look at doing something that way. I just don't think that now's the time to be doing it.
And I actually do. I feel like it's the time because the website is getting ready to hopefully be launched prior, if you look at it like 6 months. You look at tourism, you look at all the things that the park is capable of bringing in and the opportunity there for the county to grow business. It's really not a public works. I just don't feel like it should fall under public works for him to manage that. I know he's worked out there. I know he's very familiar with Sherry, but I do think switching up the park, it just gives some fresh air, growth. I see someone else just looking at it with a different lens as a great opportunity for the county to expand. And that's just where I'm at on the park. I don't think that I know we've had it for a long time, and I think things have kind of not really improved. And I know that we're still working on some of those things, but I think just giving, again, like someone with a different lens, a different outlook, and a vision and a passion to make it great. I know that that's where she's at. I've talked with her about it. If we wanted to bring her in, if that's an opportunity to speak with her about it. I know her and Sean have talked about it as well. Yes, he is familiar with lagoons, but I'm not really as concerned with that side of things versus how we're making money, and Airbnbs and the vision for the cabins and how are we advertising online like that. Sean doesn't have time for that. He does not have the time to put in the effort into making the park what its full potential for the county.
So Chastity's going to manage the airport, the park, and then when she gets around to it, she's going to manage economic development.
I think economic development actually is all of that.
I'm good with moving it over here. Just let's get a draft of what we're doing and then let people see where we're headed with it. And then the discussion. I'm good with moving it over there. And I'll tell you, I'll go another step further. I think the noxious weed should be underneath Jesse, because then Jesse knows where
they're spraying.
And then why can't he not utilize these employees in the wintertime? If there's a downtime.
I'm open to that too. I think noxious weed needs to be moved to under Jesse.
Because Jesse, then he knows if we're mowing road ditches, whether it was sprayed yesterday or it's going to be sprayed, then our communication is open.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I feel like we've really asked Chastity to kind of just focus on what had been done previously and then also just focus on the website. We haven't really given her a lot to work on. She's put the Historical Society's board back together. She just had a meeting with the airport committee to put that back together. I mean, we are building these relationships, and I think she's doing a great job at that. We just need to keep moving forward. And economic development, that I do feel like the park, that's just where it needs to go. That's where it lies.
Well, I'm good with putting it third for now and see. I mean, if we're wrong, we're wrong, but we're not changing if she's agreeable to do it.
Yeah, I would absolutely encourage everyone that we're changing or moving to come in, and we'll reach out to them for their comments before.
Are you wanting Kent Harris to be on this or
Yeah.
reporting directly to you?
So legally, we've kind of talked about this. Kent has to be under someone, so we'll leave him under Pub Works. Is that the way you are understanding it? It's a legal issue. It's not. Yeah, it's just a legal thing.
I'm making the changes on the live sheet.
Okay.
Okay.
Construction contractor Randy. So
I mean, he's just a
Is he an
on
employee?
an as-needed basis.
He's just an ad needed basis and we work through Sean. Sean works through it. It's just as needed. We have a contract with
He's
him.
not an employee, so he shouldn't be on there.
That's what I'm saying.
He shouldn't be there.
He should be taken off.
We're not doing employee evaluations on him.
Nope.
Okay, so just asking for clarification. Let's say Sean he would do the park manager evaluation, just the way it's set up right now. And then would he do all the 4 underneath the park manager, or the park manager does all those?
Right.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure.
That's where the flow chart is. Yep.
Everyone else on here, they're all employees other than Randy, you think? Or do we need to double check that?
I believe that is correct.
Are both custodians under contract or
No,
employees?
they're
Okay.
employees. All right, I'm dropping an updated version of what we're seeing on the screen here with the changes that you guys have asked for.
Do we want to change anything else on Pub Works for now?
Now, who is the part-time Centerville under equipment or the solid waste? Is that what it says, part-time Centerville?
I'm going back into it again. I'm so sorry.
Sandra Harmon.
Yeah.
That's our one running our trash compactor there because it's not ran by the cities because it's ours.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, that's it. Yep. Okay. Because we do have to pay that one. Yep.
Because it's unincorporated.
Mhm.
Are we ready to move on to elected offices?
Sure.
Elected offices, treasurer, deputy treasurer, supervisor, DMV. Oh, okay. I didn't know that those go back and forth.
Which all of them, we have no control over what the organizational chart is for an elected official as far as where they're at, right?
I don't think that we have control, but I also feel like we need to make sure that they're up to date on their job descriptions for HR, right?
That's correct.
I mean, we would want to make sure that HR is being informed, like if there was a change to what the deputy treasurer job description is or her role, then we would want to update that.
So, and like on this one, so, you know, it's got Kevin Friend as our sheriff.
Oh, yeah. Okay, we'll get that fixed. Sorry.
Kevin Friend is our sheriff.
Yeah.
We'll fix
James
it.
Akes in there. Joni doesn't actually take over as treasurer until what, October?
October.
She's still under deputy treasurer though.
Right, I know, but I'm just saying that we don't need to switch that one yet because she hasn't officially taken over, right?
Right. Didn't we hire Mark Hagan under county attorney?
No,
No, this.
he's
He resigned.
He's a contract?
Hired and he just contracted.
so he is, yeah, he's just a contractor with the county attorney's office.
Okay.
Right.
I'm fine with everything except we need to make sure we have all the job descriptions for each. Is that what do you feel like that's what we need on file for HR?
Someone started that project in 2021. Maybe it was Amanda Snyder.
Okay.
So several of them are updated as of then.
Okay.
For the purpose of listing a job, I would say that would be a great start for the purposes of you guys knowing where to put someone on the pay matrix.
Yeah.
I can.
What was the name of the site that they had put together, her and is it Kathy?
I don't know.
You remember
Cindy?
the name of that? Was it Cindy Holt?
I don't know what you're talking about. Website.
Well, this has already been done. Like I don't remember the name of it, but it was already done.
What are you
Do you
talking
know what I'm
about?
talking about? I can't think of the name of it. Lewis, yeah.
Lewis, yes.
Lewis.
That's been down for at least 2 years.
And I asked Chris if he could, so he got rid of it, is how I'm understanding it. But I say that, he might come in and tell me differently. I just know that we had the program and it was all this stuff was already out there. If there would be a way to just
Revitalize it?
double check that it's completely missing, MIA, you know?
Okay.
We've had HR already do all of this before and had a whole entire website. Is the way I'm understanding it.
Did not know that.
Okay.
So. I'm I don't have any questions on health department because I really, if that's what Amanda's in, then that's all. Okay, so this one, we're gonna move Jason. And Carol will still be under Jason.
Take Jason out of the appraiser and add Grace Springer.
Mm-hmm. And then Pub Works is wrong, so, and I have the one.
Okay.
All right, so the ones that we are changing that we have possibly, or we're considering moving, would you like to have all of those employees contacted and brought in next week to talk with them about their opinions on it?
Sure.
Or do we make a decision and we do it?
Well, I think let's look at our flow chart and let's look it over next week and then we'll make our decision. You know, and
With the
people,
employees or no?
they've heard. I mean, if somebody has a complaint, I guess they can get in touch with us. I mean, it's ultimately our decision.
I agree. I go back and forth with definitely wanting to hear other people's opinions, but then it gets kind of tricky. So
Okay.
I just know that we directed her to bring Lisa in. So are we changing that, or do we still want Lisa to come in? You know
You're
what I
actually
mean?
putting more people under Lisa than nobody's talked to her is what I'm saying is, you know, or,
I can email her and just confirm.
you know, to confirm to her, but everybody else we've talked to.
One extra
except, I
evaluation.
guess Jesse, but
She's gonna email her
Jason
and
and Carol.
confirm.
Jesse, I
Jason
guess
would
we
do
haven't
Carol's.
asked him.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
To me, that's a plus in his side,
Right.
knowing where the weed man is. Right?
Yeah.
Okay. What else?
We need to make a decision on.
We need to take care of Jason Parker.
Yeah, do you guys want to go into executive session really quick on that one?
Sure.
For non-elected, let's do 10 minutes, non-elected.
10 minutes non-elected with the 3 commission.
And
Danielle. Make that motion. We'll return at
3:20.
2:28.
2:30?
2:30. I couldn't spit it out.
2:28.
3:20. No, I'm just kidding.
I'll second the motion.
Been moved and seconded. Any more discussion?
We don't want to be here another hour.
All in favor, say aye.
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 10 minutes. I make a motion, we go back in executive session for 10 minutes for non-elected personnel.
Second it.
Moved and seconded, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Bye.
I don't know if that's gonna keep streaming for the other one.
Okay, good.
We do have some action from executive session.
Want me to read them?
You want to read them?
Sure.
Okay.
I will make a motion that we hire Ramiro Rios for the park, 16.9195 at a rate of 7B. That's the part-time maintenance at the Lacine Park.
I'll second that. It's been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay.
Okay. For Joyce Hall with Public Works, moving her from a 10I to 11I effective March 1st to better reflect her job title and the matrix within the matrix. So she'll be going to 23.4946.
I'll second.
It's been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
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 Okay.
Anything else? I'll tell you what, I've got one little thing here that I'd like to show you all. I got it printed out. It's something that I found on the website for Southeast Kansas Mental Health. And, you know, we've been approached about them multiple times. If you look here on page 2, as far as the compensation of their officers for a nonprofit, they come in here and talking to us.
It's amazing.
That's pretty good wages.
Yeah.
Here's, I
You
give
take
you a
that
couple.
job?
Huh?
You take that job?
I think I can take that job. You just
Well,
look.
actually, I have another question on that. Maybe they can come in and speak on it, but they were talking about adding a new facility in Linn Valley.
They already added one right across the street.
And not in Linn Valley.
Linn
Huh?
Valley?
No, right here.
Oh, no.
They've added that, and they're looking to add another one, I think. It's just interesting information that I found on the internet, you know. CEO makes $436,133 compensation with other of $191,941. I don't know what that is, but that's over $600,000.
It's crazy.
And it's just like, if you look at this, the health clinic that they have at Iola, they're doing, it's just like a walk-in health clinic too. I mean, it's like they've expanded into a lot of other things, it looks like to me. Okay.
I attended the Southeast Kansas Regional Planning Commission meeting last Thursday, and this was brought up in our meeting. There are numerous counties that this is affecting in regards to this. One of the counties, and I apologize, I cannot remember which county he's from off the top of my head, but they have their lawyer looking into this, because from what they're understanding, that they are not required to give a percentage towards this salary that this gentleman, or this has been approved for, this 81% increase in salary. And I believe it's for 4 positions, not just one of those positions. Anyway, they have a lawyer that's looking into this, because if they're understanding this correctly, they can make a motion to just give $1 towards this mental health versus a specific amount. So
They've been flagged. There's some flags on here of things. They're being audited.
correct.
And, you know, I looked at a county west of here. There's 7 counties, and the one that Coffee County's involved in. This has a budget of almost $38 million. And the one out there has a budget of $8 million.
Well, and it's grown from.
Oh, yeah, you see what it's.
2021, it was only 12 million.
Exactly.
2022, 20 million.
You can get on this ProPublico and look at all of them.
Yeah, so this was, like I
It's
said,
interesting.
was brought up to us. I was waiting for a little more confirmation because the gentleman was going to look into it and share with us. I had asked for him to put it on in my email. I didn't bring it to you because I wanted confirmation first, because initially they thought it was a scam. They started digging, found out that it was not, that this is accurate information.
Well, I think they are they're talking to Lacine and like you say, Linn Valley. I've been told they're looking into Linn Valley to grow into the county. I mean,
It's insane, for sure. I want that job.
well, I gave you a copy of it, didn't I? If somebody wants it, it's interesting. Anything else?
I don't have.
You got anything, Ally?
No.
Lunch?
I'll make a motion, we adjourn.
I'll second it. Been moved and seconded. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye.